Hi. How are you guys doing? Happy Saturday. Hope you guys are doing well. My voice is a little raspy, so just bear with me. But I hope you guys are doing well. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. I hope you're doing well. Hi. Happy Saturday. But yeah, we're live with some more The Great Ace Attorney. Oh, excuse me, not The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. This is Genshin Impact 4.0. The preview, the gameplay preview. Like, if you thought we were actually playing an Ace Attorney game, you are surely mistaken. This is actually Genshin Impact. This is Genshin Impact. You cannot tell me otherwise. This is Genshin Impact. I know that the category says Ace Attorney Chronicles. I did that to bait you guys in here. But the title says Genshin Impact because this is Genshin Impact 4.0. This is Genshin Impact 4.0. You may not see some of the characters from Genshin Impact 4.0 that you're used to, but this is Genshin Impact 4.0. Make sure everybody in chat knows this is Genshin Impact. This is not the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. This is Genshin Impact. So, but enjoy the lurk, Sappy. Hi, Platypus. Hi, Mr. Uncomfortable. I hope you guys are doing well and having a wonderful Saturday so far. Let's see how many minutes or seconds it takes for us to get into the game. It just depends on how things go today, because y'all know what happens whenever I play this game. I never play the game. I actually just chat. I end up chatting for like days. But if I can recall what happened the last time we played this game, I honestly don't we talked a bit with the the Redhead League. Yeah, that's right, because they had that annoying accent that I could not do to save my life. But yeah, we're gonna dive back in and basically talk to them again. I've forgotten everything that they said that they witnessed in this game, because most of that was spent talking about like other things. I don't even recall what all we were talking about last time I streamed this game. So the power of Blurda compels you. It's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again. The Fox Mario Brothers had stolen some ID. Thank you. I'm glad someone was paying attention. I am glad that somebody was paying attention. Thank you, Kelsey, for actually paying attention to the game and not like me rambling on about like a million and one things. But yeah, we're gonna dive right back into it and see where this court case leads us to. But no, if you don't get the joke in the title, yeah, you should play Genshin Impact 4.0. It plays a lot like this game. I haven't gotten to the portion where this technically happens, to where it's like in depth, but it started and I was just like, oh, they really weren't kidding when they said there's gonna be some Ace Attorneying in this region. So that much I do know. That's not a spoiler in any itty mound, because people have basically said that. So I'm just like, oh, I see. All right then. Well, this is Genshin Impact. Haha. More like Redhead Wario and Waluigi. This is what I mean. Like the last time we played this game, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be like a play on those two, if not Mario and Luigi. So to some degree, yes, Mr. Uncomfortable. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't sink in, it was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in a room next to ours. I really dislike how they are talking. There might have been a little tussle, but we did, no harm. And the next morning, we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was like the nothing. Like prison, really. Eee. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man? But no, no. It was not like a prison. He was a very comfortable and calm and a happy. Eh, Capo? Yeah, I'm not giving them voices because their accent and everything else is just a lot for me. It was never part of my plan, I swear it. Oofa. So you think it was a my fault day? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong by one little day? I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. Oh. I see. No. Por favor, Capo. Is not affair. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Oof, I don't believe this. How could I have been a real detective? Counsel, for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Cross-examination. Detective and identification. Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me. I never intended that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Hi, Serial. Welcome in. How's your Saturday treating you so far? Off to jail they go, honestly. Like, they've already committed a lot of crimes today. One of them being redheads. And creating a whole league for redheads. No offense to anyone who's redheaded in here. It's just like, that's a lot. That is a lot to take in. And then you're going to charge people who want to join the league to basically market off of redheads. I'm side-eyeing you. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was a first crime for Capo. He was at his wit's end. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here. You're about to be a fat kid and order some Chinese food. How goes it? Ooh. Okay, so what's on the menu for Chinese food? Are you getting like crab ragoon? Are you getting fried rice? Are you getting like an assortment of veggies, some meats? Like, what we thinking on? Also, it goes pretty well. I did eat, unlike yesterday, which I did not realize until the last minute that I did not eat. Don't yell at me. Do not yell at me. I fed myself yesterday. It was just very late when I did so. So leave me alone. But I did feed myself. It was basically the leftovers that I had while having lunch with a friend. Or really not lunch, it was dinner. Because we had, it was like this spicy salmon, sort of like, it was like salmon and gumbo type of ordeal. With like a bed of like rice pilaf and I'm forgetting something else that was on that plate. That might have been it. I might be thinking of like the appetizer that we got, but yeah, it was very good. So I finished that off. So I am good for the rest of the day for right now. I know that's probably like y'all are thinking like, Blaze, you should probably feed yourself some more, but I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. I literally had that like roughly about like an hour or two ago. Orange chicken and shrimp egg roll is your go-to? Ooh, nice. Or you can't go wrong with orange chicken. If someone messes up orange chicken, they don't know what they're doing. But yeah, that sounds really good. Cereal. I hope you enjoy that. I had some Thai food the other day. 'Cause that's typically what my go-to is like I just get pad Thai. And then I also do either curry or like a nice stir fry from like the Thai place that I go to. Can't normally eat it with your spouse since they can't have dairy. Ah. Yeah, definitely dabble in some crab ragoon. I haven't had it in a minute, but that's like my go-to appetizer. Like if I go to like a Chinese restaurant, it's like I pick that up and I just devour that. An impulsive ideal, I would say. No. Not impulsive. Inspired, eh, Capo? What am I supposed to say to that? Eh, Peppino? It was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? Ugh. But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. Doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? Exactly. You grew suspect of him. No, you are right, but we couldn't have been completely certain. Because why take on an innocent man who you know nothing about as prisoner and just be like, yeah, you doing some things. We gonna keep you captive. Too scared? Why? Because why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. But okay, no, keep going. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station and blow the whole whistle on us. Even if he was feigned to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it's you two who were up to that part. Well, see, you may be right, so you admit it! Hey, Capo, he's not gonna admit it. He's just gonna side-eye you and, like, berate you. The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. Okay. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. That part. See, I asked myself the same question. We were writing down the names and the addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I've forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me. Address? See, the address, Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said. What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I was just politely asking him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What's Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say. See, we did. Okay. And that being his identification book here, correct? Which I think we looked at. See, that's the one. What made you believe that it was a forgery? I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it must be falso. Eh, Capo? Oui. It's just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine. And so together, the hairless brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all the money. They need a meow for their useless, honestly. And for a penny, in for a pound. Who you telling? Ryunosuke, I'm trying to get out of this situation. But here we are, trying to defend, our good friend the Reaper, who's the dollar store vampire. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Both. It was nothing, just a minor incident. If also Inspector, he was a real piece of work, eh, Capo? What happened? It was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do? You locked him in a room. What do you mean? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through a ventilator. Okay. Well, can you blame him? Right, you locked him in a room. We chased him, Binsa, and we caught him again. Oh. Can you blame us? No, I guess not. Now you're just thinking about James and his Chimiko. They're so cute together. Oh my god. Wait, you didn't. Chimeko. I don't know why I said Chimeko. I know Pokemon, I promise. It's just been a minute since I've watched the series. Shoot the man in your haste, did you? Zut, who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold hold of him again and took him back to his room. Oh, speak your mind, little child, who's also a man. Mr. De Rossi, is there something wrong? Was he drooling on the side of his mouth? Hey, me? Something Mr. De Rosso said, just said, seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was all that about? Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have that capo after you, believe me. And I speak from a personal experience. Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There's no need to say more. The truth is, the night of before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It's not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine. And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it. Eh, capo? Bruises, you say? Ah, you want to see? You want to see my fantastical bruises? That's enough, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do, huh? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't. How about we? No, I don't wish to see his No, I don't wish to see his bruises. It's kind of a little much. Hi, Jelly. Welcome in. How you doing? How's your Saturday treating you so far? Hope you're doing well. Starting to suspect some things, honestly. You do now. Alora, if everybody wants to see, then I'll do it. Ask where the bruises are. Oh. Echo, you see? It's still very, visible, eh? Didn't we see a bruise like this? From somewhere else? From another character in this game? I'm pretty sure we have. That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the capo sometimes he is very rough. Oh God. You sound like one of those kinky folks. But okay. I said that's enough. That was a shadow, not a big ass bruise. Like that's how I felt, but apparently he's a rough boy. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. You have my word.
Yes. What's your opinion, Counsel?
About this red ring around Mr. De Rossi's neck. I wonder, does it matter? No, it's important. It's quite important. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Oh. Eh, Capo, you see, everyone is interested in what I say, eh? He hit that pretty well. Ugh. I don't like how you're making these faces in regards to a bruise that you left around potentially your friend or, cohort's neck. That makes you look very suspicious in so many lights that I can't even know where to begin. And also, those just coming in, don't forget, we do have a community challenge that's going on right now. We are raising funds for the week-long donathon that I plan on holding in October. And I am a weekend streamer, so you only get to catch me live on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Currently, we're at 82%, so if you got some channel points to spare, make sure you pour in those channel points towards that week-long donathon if you want more content from me. And also, if you want to know the tea in terms of some stuff that I have planned or in the workings for Blazette 3.0, yes, she is coming. I cannot give you those details unless we actually, hit that goal. So if you got the channel points, make sure you dump it in there. Make sure you dump it in there because I only am going live for literally this weekend, and possibly I will try my best the next 4 weekends in September. So that's all the time you got. Once October 1st hits, you have no more time to put in any more channel points. So make sure every time you come to stream. If you got them channel points, you pour them in there if you want the shenanigans to kick off. I will say, if you were here for my charity stream event, some of those things that we had for redemptions will be returning, so make sure you pour those channel points into that community challenge. I just realized Blazette has the fire coming out top of her head. What? Oh, you're right! You're right, my hair's on fire! Oh god. I did not expect this.
Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi.
CC, if you really want to know. He put a collar on him. So can we talk about this a little bit more? Are you saying that red mark was caused by... What kind of collar was this? Okay, you said it for me. I was like, is this like a metal shackle that went around your neck? Kind of like what we experienced with the... What was it? Bum Rush Cyberfunk? And, or was this like some sort of like leather or velvety collar? You know, collars can be made of all sorts of material, and so I needed the details for that. A leather collar. Is this true, Mr. Rosso? What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? It was a souvenir from that time was a very strong chain. A strong chain. You put a chain around this man's neck? Yes! You put that around his neck? Hold up. Hold up. You gave this man a dog collar? I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. So you put a... Okay, no. Just continue. You did not have to tie the chain to a leg of the bed, though. Oh. This game knows what it's doing. This game knows exactly what it's doing. And I'm not gonna feed into it. I'm just gonna keep going. Yes, just run again. Get the hell out the house. Don't come back. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Oh, I'm pretty sure he did. Treat the people like equal. That's the Kappa's motto. Here's motto, eh? It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. You know what? You say prison, Kazuma, but, you know, I say something else. When I think of, like, you know, if I had to put Tartaglia in that situation. But go off, my guy. Yes, we'll call this a prison. The capo is tough, but the capo is a oh. Continuing on, we moving on. With this franchise's history, I'm not surprised. So yeah, Mr. Uncomfortable. I'm pretty sure if you're familiar with the Ace Attorney series, yeah. There's literally no subtlety in the relationship between Phoenix Wright and Miles Edgeworth. The company purposely admitted that they were trying to build, like, you know, some tension between those two. And yeah. Left this yaoi paddle here, not this. Oh, don't you dare. I'm not gonna play that. No, I'm not gonna play that, Jelly. It's not the appropriate time. I would have to do that if we were playing Genshin, which I already spent most of my night from last night basically screaming and howling and barking and crying because I saw the good boy and I was very happy. I will say this because someone had told me that the latest preview or the latest event for or main story for Genshin Impact 4.0, yeah, that was made for me. If I could literally, like, you know, remove a character and replace a character with, you know, myself, I'd be living my best life. Let's just say that. So the following morning, when you released the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like a me. Your game is still broken to. Oh no, are you running into that issue that I think Warrior had that? Cause do you play on PlayStation, Jelly, or is it like PC and mobile? Because if it's PC and mobile, we can do some heavy duty testing after stream if you like. No PC, okay. Yeah, we can do some heavy duty testing on getting that cleaned up for you. Because I have one thing that I would like to try with your PC, but I probably have to walk you through it. But one thing that you could potentially do if you want to try it on your own, because I gave Pizza this. A while back, and I also touched on it during a BGC stream. I promise that's not a shady site. I promise. I know it looks a little scary, and it's like, just black and white, but go ahead and download that. It's essentially like a tool that you can use to kind of search through your PC for like any files in relation to something. And so I'll give you a fine example of what it kind of helps out with. I know Pizza came to me a while back in regards to like uninstalling and reinstalling like an Elgato product on their machine because they were trying to basically get an update for it, and it kept getting corrupted. And so what ended up happening was Pizza went through and used that tool to search for anything else that was Elgato related and purged it from their machine before they installed like a fresh new install of Elgato back onto their machine. And that worked. So highly recommend getting that and see if you can find like any Genshin files, not screenshots or anything like that. Because I know you probably want to keep that. But like look through all of your PC files using that tool because it's pretty quick with finding that. And just purge anything in relation to the install of the game, and then just try to do a fresh install on your machine and see if that fixes it. So, because that's what I'm thinking that may be happening. Because I also have to do that on my Switch where I have to purge the game completely from my machine and then go back to the store and re-download it. Sometimes when the Switch has some updates that it needs to do to games that I haven't touched in like eons, because it happens with Breath of the Wild every time I try to open it every now and then, and same thing for like Splatoon 2 and 3. So see if that helps. If not, we can do some other stuff after stream together if you want me to, or I can just walk you through the tool if you would like to just wait for me to to help you through that. But yeah. Now the capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad. Yeah. You spent the night... Oh, we've already read this. You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you are still holding him prisoner. If you say that, then I say this. There's something that takes away our freedom too, the lack of money. Okay. So we are the prisoners as well. All of us. Huh? No money, no freedom. This is the truth. It makes me mad. It makes me sad. What can we do? Well... You feel so disenfranchised. Take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course. Yeah, it will. Yo, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, if this is your first time here, hi, I'm Blazette Midnight. I am a dragon VTuber here on Twitch, and we are playing The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. If you're unfamiliar with that series, it's a visual novel where we basically play, lawyer for a day. It's like Lawyer Simulator, essentially. But we're playing past Phoenix Wright versus like present day Phoenix Wright type games. But welcome in! And also, if you're coming in from the raid and you're tired and hungry and need to go take care of some other things, please feel free to do so. Your mental and physical health comes first, but if you'd like to stick around and get to know me a little bit better and also my community, or if you're curious about this game, feel free to do so. But how was stream, Kaiba? How was it? What did you play, by the way? Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, how's that game been treating you? I have a couple of friends and also like community members who have been playing Baldur's Gate 3, and also I hope y'all aren't trapped behind the ad because I just literally talked about the things. Oh man, that's one thing I really wish that Twitch would kind of like tailor up a little bit more. It's just like every time an ad plays, I'm like, well, they're not gonna hear anything that I say unless, you know, stuff happens. And also I gotta take care of some things after stream today very, very quickly because I am a goofy goofer and I did not think something through that I need to be in preparation for this coming weekend. But yeah, no money, so gotta cope with ads. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Yeah, ads will play every now and then. I will try my best to warn y'all ahead of time, but at the same time, I am terrible at trying to keep track of like when an ad will play. I'm very terrible at that. But maybe one day I will get that situated. But yeah, if Raiders are back from the ad shenanigans, I hope you guys had a great time. I hope Baldur's Gate 3 with Kaiba was really good. Welcome back. I thought the ad had trapped y'all. I don't know why it does that for like raids. I wish they would exempt that for raids. Like people who get raided into stream, they aren't like slapped in the face with an ad. Like please. I'm trying to entertain here. I want to talk to the people that just came here. It's their first time in stream. And what you do is you slap them in the face with an ad. And I'm like, why? Why do you do this? Why do you do this? I'm trying to like give them a good, you know, welcome in to the stream. Don't worry about it. For now, you can live with ads. Nah, you're good. You're good. It's just how creators kind of get their bag as well. But I hope stream went well. How far did you get in Baldur's Gate? Without spoils, obviously. And also, how's the game been treating you? I hope it's been treating you pretty well. I've seen a lot of people obsessed with playing that game. So I hope it has treated you very well since its release date. You see, this is why we need a Redhead League to fight for the justice. I don't know about all that. Perhaps he has a point. Does he? No, yeah, thank you, Susato. Please. You know he don't know no better. He just be agreeing just to agree sometimes, I feel like. And also, Cyber, welcome in. How's your Saturday treating you so far? It's taking over your life? Listen, that's understandable. If you find a game that you really enjoy, that is valid if it takes over your life. That will be me once I find, you know, my way to Tears of a Kingdom. I know it's like, you know, several months since that game has been released. But once I circle back around and do Breath of the... Oh! I should tell y'all. So, the other day I went to the dentist. And, you know, I had to go get, like, you know, some dental work done because I've been experiencing some sensitivity to my teeth. And so... I get there, and the hygienist noticed my shirt, which I have a lot of nerdy shirts, don't question it. I go to a lot of cons, and I also have stocked up on like piles of shirts that I've collected like since high school days that, you know, range between like anime, gaming, all the other stuff. Otherwise, why would I be streaming on this platform? Why would I be a gamer, and why would it be a whole VTuber? In any case, I was wearing a shirt where you have like Shadow Sora, and then, or Heartless Sora, and then also Dark Link on the shirt. And so the hygienist came in and saw my shirt and it was just like, oh man, I love your Kingdom Hearts shirt. And I was just like, because they only just noticed Sora. And I was like, yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. It's also kind of like, you know, Legend of Zelda shirt as well, because that's Dark Link. And they were like, let me see it again. And I showed it to them and they were just like, oh man, yeah, I love those games. Because like me and my husband play, you know, Breath of the Wild, and I'm like, oh, I see. So you're a whole nerd. You're a whole gamer nerd like me. That's great to see. And we got into like a whole like spiel about talking about like games, D&D, and like something else that was like kind of like in nerd culture. But we got onto the topic of like Breath of the Wild, and tell me why I appreciate their husband. Oh, and that's the other thing. Their husband has the same profession as me, which is software development. So it's just like, man, I see you've been immersed in nerd culture, because I'm pretty sure he probably comes home and speaks Greek to you about like all the stuff in terms of like programming languages and shit, which is why I don't have a lot of conversations around that, because I guarantee you, if I speak anything in regards to like technology and tech jokes and programming jokes, you're gonna look at me like, Blaze, I don't know what the fuck you said, but you know, I'm happy for you. And it's like, that's understandable. Because it basically is speaking another language if you're like, you know, immersed in programming to that level. And so like the only jokes that, the only type of jokes that, you know, other people get my programming jokes from is like other developers or other people who are like embedded in IT to that degree. But in any case, so like we were talking about Breath of the Wild, and they were asking like, you know, if I played Tears of the Kingdom. And I said, yeah, no, not yet, because I'm one of those completionists, which I am, where it's just, if I like a game to a certain degree, I feel the need to 100% it, and I know that's like a huge mistake with Breath of the Wild, because there's like 900 Korok seeds, and there's like 1,000,001 shrines that you have to like, you know, unlock and do. And I'm dedicated to, you know, doing that. I'm almost done with all the shrines, but I've only collected like 300 and some odd Korok seeds. So like I still have a long way to go the last time I played Breath of the Wild. And then I still have like one more dungeon to defeat before I, you know, fight Ganon. So I'm just like, it's gonna take me a while to circle back around to that and like 100% it, to where once I do that, then I can pick up Tears of a Kingdom and play it. And she's like, yeah, my husband's the same way. He was like, don't show me anything Tears of a Kingdom, because I'm gonna complete this 100%. And I'm like, oh my god, he has the same mentality as me. I'm not the only one going insane with like, you know, trying to take on too much at the same time. I know it's a horrible endeavor, but at the same time, I love Breath of the Wild, man. I really did. Like, I spent so many hours on that game. I even played it at work with my coworkers, who were all also invested in that game. But it's just, it takes a lot of energy to put back into that game. And it's just like, I have to find the means and freedom to circle back around and say, I'm gonna sit down, beat this game, and not play any other game until I beat this game. But it's gonna be extremely hard for me with like how many more new games that are coming out, and I want to play them all. So, but yeah, that was a whole wholesome moment that I had like while getting some teeth work done. So, this is not the direction you thought this story was gonna go. Oh no. No, it was not gonna go down a not safe for work pattern if that's what you thought, Cybear. You're in Act 2 and it's beating you up, but it's so fun. I'm glad that you're having a good time, Kaiba. I really am. You gotta love running into nerds out into the world. I know. It's one of my favorite pastimes. Is like just literally just going out to run adult errands, like at a grocery store, or either like going to like, you know, a doctor's appointment, and like you find unconventional nerds that just be like, hey, I see you're wearing this, because somebody had recognized like some Genshin shirts that I have, because I have like, you know, Kaya, Diluc, Zhongli, Tartaglia, who else? Yomimi. I feel like I'm forgetting a character that I have. I think I have Goro too, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I've gone out into the wild with like one of those shirts on, and people are just like, I like your shirt, or they'll be like, oh, I see that you like Genshin. We should talk about Genshin and stuff. And they'll ask me and like quiz me on like a whole bunch of things, and then like we'll just have like a brief moment where we just nerd out and just like, you know, have fun. So yeah, it's a great time. You buy a game, play it for 60 hours, and then start a new game. You have so many unfinished games. That is me, Kaiba. That is me. Like, I can go through my Switch and see how many games that I have yet to finish. One of those being, I'm surprised. I will say this. So the one game that I thought I would never pretty much 100% minus the DLC is a Pokemon game. But because I had coworkers and certain friends who also played Pokemon. They traded me, you know, enough Pokemon to where I, one, completed the Dex for the very first time, and also beat the entire game minus the DLC for a Pokemon Sword and Shield. So I was like, I never thought I would hit this milestone, because every other like Pokemon game beforehand, it was kind of hard to trade with other friends unless you were like in the same room as them, because it was couch, you know, trading. Couch co-op, whatever you want to call it. You had to have like, you know, that connector between like your Game Boy Advances or like Game Boy Color or Game Boys in general. They'll just kind of like tether like, hey, I want to trade this, that, and the other back in the day. And then like, I don't think I did much trading on the DS, because that was like during the era where I was just like, yeah, I'm not really super into Pokemon like that. And though I had some friends who had Pokemon games as well, or the alternate Pokemon game, it's just we didn't play it long enough to where I could trade Pokemon with them, and they were the only two people that I could trade Pokemon with, and sometimes they didn't have what I was looking for, so I was just like, well, I guess I just will never complete this Dex. Guess it'll just, you know, stay unfinished. But yeah, no, I have so many unfinished games on the backlog that I need to like circle back around to and finish. One of them being Sekiro, but I won't stream that anymore on this channel, only just because they fall under ActiveBliz, which I have some feelings about that company as a whole. But in either case, it is one of those games that I would like to finish outside of streaming, but is on my unfinished backlog. You still need to finish Pokemon Violet. Oh man, I still haven't even picked up the games. I was supposed to do like a Pokemon collab with somebody for Pokemon Violet and Scarlet, because we were gonna do like a Nuzlocke run, which I'm still debating on. It's hard to fit in my schedule. It might be like a next year endeavor, but it is one of those that I would like to do with someone, which I already have someone in mind. So if you're planning on doing that with me, I'm sorry. I'm breaking your heart. I'm planning on doing it with that person and that person only, because we talked about this countless of times. But at the same time, you know, one day I'll pick up that game, because I'm behind on a lot of Pokemon games that I need to pick up and actually play. You don't think you ever finished a Pokemon game ever? I've beaten like the main storyline, but like actually finishing like the deck, I never really did that until Pokemon Switch Sword and Shield. The first and only Pokemon game you finished was Shield? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like with the Switch's accessibility to being able to like kind of like do online trades with like randoms and also people that you know, it kind of opened up the doors to like people who wanted to play like the game obsessively like I did back when it first came out. It made that very viable and easy to like, you know, finish your decks and also like beat the game. Like, it was pretty linear from that standpoint. Like, as long as you had like a decent team to like knock out every gym leader and also take on like, you know, the league, you were good to go. Like, you were done with the game. And then like even like the after story bits for Pokemon before they released the DLC is easy to do. I did a little bit of the DLC. I think I did like half of it, because they released it in like batches. Like, that's one thing about like a game that I'll play. It's just like, I give a game so much amount of time unless I'm really into it, like Genshin, to where I'll play it for like a while, and even if they release some stuff afterwards, I'm just like, nah, I'm not going back for this other part of the DLC. I'm sorry. I love y'all, but I just don't care enough to go back and like play the rest of this. Also, is that Meku? Hi, Meku. How are you? How are you? Hi, cute Meku. I hope you're doing well. Shoes are super pretty and beautiful, Blaze. Yes. But how are you, Meku? How's your Saturday treating you so far? What's your favorite Pokemon? So favorite Pokemon? I'm assuming like you mean like Pokemon in general and not like Pokemon game or anything. If I had to pick like a top favorite, I would say Dragonite, because it's obviously going to be a dragon Pokemon. But my very, 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 very top favorite dragon Pokemon would be, it's the black and blue one. I can never remember his name. I can never remember his name. I can't remember the gen because most of that stuff is dumped out of my head in terms of memorization for which gen each of those come from. But it's a sweet baby that has like a purple, like inside of his mouth is purple. He's got teeth. He's got basically no eyes. Hydrogen? Is that it? I think that's the name of it. I only know it from looks because it plays on, like, you know, my bias for, like, blue Pokemon. Yeah, that's my baby. I know it probably looks ugly to, like, most people, but, like, you know, I love its evolution process because it starts off as, like, a two-headed dino baby, and then, like, its smallest one is, like, Dino. And I'm like, oh, I love him. He's so precious. Yeah, little guy, you figured it would be a dragon. Yours is a Bennett. Oh, my gosh, yes. I know exactly who Baynet is. I forget doesn't Baynet have like a pre-evolution, or am I thinking something else? Okay, yeah, it's a Shuppet. Yeah. Cause I was like, I know there's like an evolution before Baynet, so. Oh man. Oh, I know what this brought me back to. I still need to evolve that Shuppet too. I caught me a shiny Shuppet. What was it? I think it was Oris that had the shiny Shuppet. Because I remember I had captured myself. I think it's like on my phone too. Of me encountering a shiny Shuppet and me losing my mind because I was like, it's a shiny Shuppet! Shuppet is the pre-evolution. Yeah. Yeah, Shuppet's a cute baby. It's a cute guy, very nice. I know, it's so precious. I love Dino. I love them, they are baby. Zellius. I cannot say that name. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Dragon Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. You say it was a prison, huh? Perhaps he's got a point again. No. Quit being won over by their lies. You should have heard him snoring. My die. If anyone was disturbed, it was us. Not much to go on, really. Their testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean. Ah, yes, the one he treasured so much, apparently. He was confined, but not restrained as the witnesses are implying. He would still have been able to wind his watch, right? It's very true, yes. So did Inspector Gregson, excuse me, actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads? No, I don't think so. In which case, it is possible that these two young men are responsible for Gregson's. Yeah, it's possible. To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Norohodo. Yes. Okay, so we know we got some more information about the whole, like, choking with collars, which leads me to believe some very sussy-wussy type of content had happened. Speaking of which, don't forget we have a community challenge that's going on right now, and I do have one particular redemption where I get to play sussy-wussy games. But guess what? You don't get to see the sussy-wussy games that I might be playing unless you pour in, you know, those channel points towards that community challenge. So if you're just now joining the stream and you got some, you know, community challenge, some channel points to contribute towards that challenge, I highly consider, you know, you're pouring in those points there. Anyway, so let me see what's in the court record to actually expose these guys for their crimes. I feel like it's something that we already, like, recently got, And we showcased the pocket watch. We showed his body. Oh, hold up. I was gonna say. Oh, yes! I think this is it. Watch me still fuck up and the music not stop. Let me just try it though, but I'm pretty sure this is what I need to show. Let's go! I was paying attention. I was definitely paying attention. Is that a wig or a it's a wig, yes. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was the invitation to stay. It was homely. No, it was not. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
The bruise on his neck. I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. Look at his neck. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have, given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck. We'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Indeed. That is most peculiar.
But what we tell you, we say this from the beginning. Many times. I'm not crying. Peppino is right. The man in the photograph. He is someone different than the man we captive that. Oh, so now you admit it. Why didn't you say that in the beginning?
Order, order, order!
It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard, yep. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. Back to cinder, Kazuma, I'm sorry. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? That also is in question.
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Oh god, I'm about to show something. Please don't make me fuck up. Please don't make me fuck up.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all see, to see whatever truth it is that you apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRossi and Mr. DeRossi? Gregson himself? No, an imposter. An imposter! He was an Among Us being. Now, if I have the proof to show it, I don't know. Though it seems incredible, I admit the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, The person who these two redhead men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson, right? In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. What you mean? Hold up, Kazuma, back it up. Rewind. How about we let, Ryunosuke explain his, thought process on this? On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck. So the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? CC, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say. So who was that fossil inspector, eh? Who was he? Oh, I know who he is. The defense has had an idea about that. Yeah, I know who it is. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Well, am I showing? Because I think I know if they in the court record. Are they in the court record? I can't tell. Let me see. It's people. Let's look at people. Oh, I see them. Yeah, I see them. Okay.
I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witness encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson?
Oh, I'll show you. It's big lips. Yep. Because if you remember, a while back when I played this game and I wasn't running my mouth, there was someone who had a very interesting, ring around the rosy around his neck. It was Sir Big Lips with the lisp.
Goodness me, isn't that?
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier. Yep. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerbys. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? You can even see the bruising of his neck in this profile picture. I just noticed that. That's wild. See, this a man is not for the Redhead League, eh? He looks like the Twisted Lip League. No, damn. Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. Kazuma, please don't feed into these puns, baby. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising, yes. It does not look like It looks like the man put on makeup and just forgot to cover his neck. That's what that looks like, but you do what you want. Eh? He's smacking on some live bees before he showed up. The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. I mean, he got that, messed up lip surgery. I don't know what he was trying to do, but that Botox messed him up.
Order, bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back to the courtroom. Immediately!
So we really just having this man show his neck loud and proud? And look at him smile. Like, why are you smiling about this?
Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, Mia. It's my birthmark, isn't it? That is not a birthmark, sir. That is not a birthmark. Don't even lie in this courtroom. Thank you. A birthmark, you say? All right. I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Hi. Somewhat about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're gonna need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRosso, and Mr. DeRossi. I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? Yeah, you don't. We're in big trouble, eh, Capo?
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
Witness testimony. Inspector and the identification revisited. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. Oh, now you lying. Okay. It's right, see? You think we would forget those grand lips, huh? Okay, but we not focused on the lips. We focused on the bruise, my guy. He can have, like, you know, a busted-ass lip. You don't know what this man been through. But, you know, all the other facial features and possibly, like, even his body build would be relatively the same. I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in the Redhead League. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Because you're a dirty liar. Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? Yes. Yes, it does. Because you also resemble someone else. But I'll let y'all decide who he resembles.
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
What I've been telling you, there's no need for the pointless testimony. Ugh. That's right. Oh, excuse me, that's not him. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler. Remember, Fresno Streets, all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? You could have lifted it off of him. Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
I will try my best, Judge, but I make no promises. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfast at your side, as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Susato, for actually believing in me. Oh. Oh, no. You thought I wouldn't catch you streaming? Nah, fam. Hi, Nova. Hi, wifey. How are you doing? How's your Saturday treating you? I hope it's treating you well. If not, meet me in the back room at 8. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm a little feral. Don't forgive me. Inspector and the identification revisited. But how's your Saturday treating you, Nova? You scared the crap out of me just now. Good. Good. I like to keep people on their toes when they come into my chat. Haha. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There's no need to put your hands on the desk, monsieur. I mean, thank you for saying it. We were all thinking it because the man is slapping the shit out of his palms with all these, you know, desk slams. Surely, the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Oh, but again, why are we so focused on the lips when there's so many other features on this man's body that you can clearly make a distinguish? You could distinguish that you actually like held him captive, especially for like 24 hours. I'm pretty sure. But you know, that's just me. That's really just me. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you tried to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck though, eh? Yeah, it does. No, this is it's not a birthmark. Please stop lying in the courtroom. This is not a Wendy's. Go home. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. That's a statement. That is really a statement. Okay. They broke the mold when they made me. It was the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London, right? So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear to it by the flames on the hair. Okay, you really are just gonna lie in this courtroom. Alright, fine, whatever. It's okay. You can be bald. You can be bald, sir. It's fine. We can snatch your wig in this courtroom. Get them edges up out of here. Ain't no hairs standing against this trial. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Yeah. Yeah, it's okay, Ryunosuke. We gonna get him. Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That's what I'm saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it? In eclair? What? You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. I would think black and brown hair would be very common. The red is more uncommon, but okay, yeah, sure. Likewise, I'd never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this country, man's country, have the grand lips. No, let's not, you know, make extraordinary statements and testimonies like that. I highly doubt that. I don't know too many people in real life who got lips like that. And if so, I would, you know, tell them to go see a doctor or something about that, because that can't be healthy for some reason. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street. I've never left. You were born in the street? Is this what you're saying? Someone just, you know, popped a squat in the middle of the street and just said, here you go, there's a baby. So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip. How many times do you want me to say it, eh? I never... Okay, well... You saying this mighty heavily, like... You ain't got no place to go except live there. Right, those games don't take place in Jap America. Red hair is only common in Gotham City. Yes, they will be shaved in this courtroom for their crimes. So you heard of the Redhead League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sandwich to cough it up for us. Oh, okay. Good for you. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? I mean, that's from him being out in the cold and getting sick, I'm pretty sure. But as you can see, my own hair is not got a hint of red in it, but there was also a wig. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir. No likely. Not likely. Oh, you got something to say? Mrs. De Rosso. Ugh. Ah, oui. Can I help you? Yes. Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? Yeah, no, that's his lips. That's only his lips. Every time he makes his lips bounce, I gag. Valid. It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A pot house or something. A small house. To be the headquarters of your Redhead League, yes. I visited a housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What agent? What? Mr. Gossip, with a housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract in his, and they were clearly discussing terms. But no. You're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street. Me, like I said before. You're mistaking me for someone else. Someone with the same face. Alright. No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes? With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me, but you sweating like a sinner, like it was you. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. Damn. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip. No. This man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. Is better than Mr. Gossip's, I think, see? Where have we heard that name? Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. Do we know someone with that name? Maybe not. I might be getting ahead of myself, so continue on. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? Not you screaming in this courtroom, you okay? I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. All right, you ain't got to get so upset, my guy. Calm down. It's just a courtroom. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Well, then you shouldn't give out your name. How about you come up with a, realistic name to give out to other folks if you're doing business, and you just keep your real name, hidden.
Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of the witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records as of this trial, assuming no objections.
No, I got an objection. How about we keep that in the testimony that he just gave? Because we about to call him out for his bullshit. Also, welcome in, Light. How you doing? How's your Saturday treating you? This judge is off the shit. Everybody's off the shits. Like, for real. And I'm waiting to see if, this is how Genshin is going to play out once I get to, the portion of, the court cases. Because that has been confirmed. Something like this is about to be in Genshin with the part that I'm coming up to. I will say that. But, yeah. Hence the title of the stream. Haha, tee-hee, hoo-hoo. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Good gracious! Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Sogi?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceeding. I thought so! Whose name was Hugh Boone? Because that name sounds very familiar.
Well, I never. In what capacity?
Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. What? Do we have that? Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. Well, I guess we don't have that, but, I'm guessing he's talking about this room right here. If we had to guess. I forgot all about that, but, it's been some streams ago. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented... I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, eh? I really hate his pose. I need you to stand upright, sir. Please do not stand like that in this courtroom. So your real name is Hugh Boone. I know, he got his whole ass out. I really did not expect to see all this from this game. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So, I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse.
You do?
And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Hey, I remember now. There were two vulgar redhead. Why vulgar? Why vulgar? What were they doing? What you know? Hey, if either of us is vulgar, it's not a me. Sink in again. Sink again, Pepino. Damn. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fun. But it's not about, okay. We're not really talking about you. You're talking about something about someone else. So, what you mean, unless you've been, you know... I'm not gonna even go there with this man. I'm really not. 30 years for trying to seduce the court with those pouty lips and dump trauma gas. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. Oh, Lord. If I must. So leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. It has been here under our noses all along, yeah. I rent the room where that fellow was found. It's true. For what difference it makes? But we don't press you on the subject. So you live in that room, presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. No, I think you should probably elaborate considering that we found a corpse in that rented room of yours, but go off. Then how about the notice board in there? Yeah, which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to, right. Which we thought was Gregson's. I know, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along, so you knew the inspector. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. I was about to say, that would most likely just stay in the room. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? He could have murdered him. You don't know. It was his room. He's almost like, you know, suspect number one with those facts. Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea, or you could just, you know, feigning ignorance and actually have killed him. You just don't want to admit that in court. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. Seems to me that Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible, for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. I somehow don't believe that, but okay. You mean you have no family? I'm pretty sure that's a lie. No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passerbys. Hoping just between us that this is eventually what someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, that's a fellow... So what's a fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but flick me. I wish you wouldn't do that in the courtroom. Like, whatever you do to your meaty lips at home, you do it in the privacy of your own home. But in a courtroom, there's no need for all that. Looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. Oh, God. You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Maybe you could. Say with a mustache or beard to cover up that lip. Oh. Perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, no, I wouldn't call it that. I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Yo, welcome in, Raiders. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Giant Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. No, that was just a poorly bad timed of me getting caught off guard by what the witness just said to the judge and my shocked reaction to that as soon as the raid happened. But also, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, if this is your first time here, I am Blazette Midnight. I am a dragon VTuber here on Twitch, and we are playing one of my favorite series, which is the Ace Attorney, but more specifically, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles on stream today. And so it's what I call Storytime Saturdays, where I read out loud, y'all get comfy cozy, do whatever you need to do, and you leave me in the background as white noise, or you feel free, you know, to chat and comment on like the wild things that happen in, you know, court of law, or fictional court of law, I should say. But I hope everyone is doing well. And Werewolf, how was your stream? And also those just coming in from the raid, if you're tired, hungry, and need to go take care of some other things, please feel free to do so. Your mental and physical health comes first, so make sure you take care of those needs before you just vibe here, or, you know, feel like you're obligated to chat here or stay here if necessary. But I hope everyone's having a wonderful time. How was Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? I see that you were playing that game. I still have yet to dive into that game. One day I will pick it up and play it. I've heard good things, many good things, and some wild things with, I think, like glitches and stuff like that with that game. But at the same time, I hope it was a good time. I hope it was a good time. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna let you eat that one, Judge. You've done nothing wrong. He's out of pocket. He is out of pocket with that comment. I'm so sorry. That caught me off guard.
And I would ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, Cat.
Thank you. He could literally sentence you. You really tried to roast the judge. What the fuck? Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better. It wasn't you. It wasn't you. He said it. Boone said it. Oh my god. He was like, I would end up looking like the judge. Oh god. I'm so weak. Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache of course. You're right, he did. So perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely have hidden a crumb in his mustache of that size. And anyways, the detective we spoke to was no facial hair at all. CC, the capo was alright. He was clean shaven.
It certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that the witness could have disguised himself as the victim.
Aye, it does and it is. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. True, but how do we know those lips aren't false themselves? Like, has anyone tried to slap his face clearly clean off of his face? Like, I mean, like, just give it one quick smack across the lips. I know that sounds very odd and, like, you know, possibly sexual, but, like, seriously, slap his lips. Slap them lips. See if it falls off. I want somebody to slap them lips to see if it comes off. Perhaps yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. And it's identical to the one that Mr. DeRossi suffered. Yes, that's true. But why does this whole disguise ideal just keep playing on my mind? Yes, we know he said all this. He rents a room where that fella was found. It's true for what difference it makes, okay? But I feel like it would make a difference. I just need to, you know, look at the court record to see what we got here. Okay, so we got this, which we've already looked at. I'm pretty sure. I don't think we can get any more on this. We've looked at this in detail. I'm pretty sure, yes. We looked at the photo. We got the fireworks. We've looked at this in great detail. The handprint. Where he was found. Shot at close range. Gregson's photograph, which we don't care about. Candelabrum. Policeman figure. Yes. Belonged to Gregson. Murder weapon. Okay, it just shows us that. Dismissal notice. We don't care. Letter. A photograph. News article. I feel like something we got is in here. Let's see. Bum. Ooh, they took us all the way back. Nah, we not trying to do that. Right. Oh. I see. I didn't think about it that way. So, he did say he owned the desk. God damn it! Okay, alright. No, I know. Just go ahead and shoot me. I'm not gonna read the dialogue where I get penalized. You're not doing that. Yeah, I should have just presented it on this, but you know, it's okay. We know better now. We know better. Here you go. Because he did say he owned the desk. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why is it that among the spare furnishings we found this photograph in the room? Oh yes. I presume as you've been renting the room that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? You said you owned the desk. Oh, well, yeah, well. Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me, please. Oh, no, you're much more than that, sir. Just leave it alone. As the man says. Leave it. No, Cosma, back it on up. Back it on up, because I was waiting for this link to arrive here. Whatever the truth is about this man's life has no bearing on... Oh, it does. It most definitely does, Kazuma. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. We literally have a wig on Inspector Gregson. He said it's his board, so it's possible he could have been in that same room, shared the same space as this man. Like, what do you mean, Kazuma? What do you mean? How can you be so sure? Exactly. Just look at... What you mean, just look at the man? What about his ugly ass looks is telling me that he's not a killer? Or at least tied to this case in great detail than what we perceive on the outside. No amount of disguise could ever hide the... We still thinking the lips are real. We still here thinking the lips are real. I told y'all, slap this man, punch this man, do something to his face. I guarantee you, you will see them lips fall off. But what if we were looking at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, Counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip itself is part of a lab. Thank you. Thank you. The only person who's making sense in this courtroom for once in his life is Ryunosuke. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make him an utterly impenetrable disguise. That part. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Dog! Yeah, we caught you in a lie. Bum, 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 bum.
Good witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. Oh, yes. No, please. No. Oh, we are, baby. We are. Somebody's life is on the line, so yes, we're exposing you.
Very well then, Counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Gee, I wonder. Oh, here he is. Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Yes. Yes, it is.
Oh, I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. Let me see that handsome mug, he pretty. The woman in this photograph, in fact, is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed leaguemen. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just hold on a minute. Oh no, we're gonna keep going. What I'm talking about, really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. Yes, snatch his lips. Snatch them lips. Snatch that bottom lip in particular, because I'm tired of seeing it wiggle. No, please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once, and a bat.
For science.
Mr. DeRosso and Mr. DeRossi, will you restrain the witness?
Oh, not this. Not him getting them to restrain him. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Not them grabbing him. No, no, stop. Get off. Oh, don't. I did not expect this. And your hair is purple. That's wild. Oh, it was them lips. Okay. Told you it was fake. We not gonna give the man clean clothes either. Pretty sure that might be a disguise as well, but at the same time, probably not.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Oh, we got him a fresh suit? Okay. Wait, isn't this like the suit he was wearing? Yeah, it was. Okay. Where did he get this? Did someone just have his clothes? Did he have his clothes on him? He got a bag on him? He must swap out pretty frequently. I don't know. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. Not this.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there's no question. Also, this is the man y'all saw who's feigning to be Inspector Gregson. This is the inspector we saw at the park. Oh, extraordinary. Also, where'd his collar ring go? On the day of the Redhead League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. DeRosso and Mr. DeRossi in the park, was you disguised in the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career has promise. Why you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prisoner? What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. Or Dally. It might be Dally. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Yes, tell us your sad story, sad man. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. Dang, I'm sorry. In desperation, one day I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. Of course, he didn't want to go home and tell his wife that he got let go at his job. I've heard this story before. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone. I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. Damn. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalor peddler. and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. Yo, I'm trying to look at, like, you know, some of these shadowy figures, but I thought I saw something. But I'm gonna keep going. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in that room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Oh, you got children! Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. That's fair. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? His goggles look like steam buns. Hi, Tig. Welcome in. How's your Saturday treating you? It was some years after I invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. Oh. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. Well, at least he's kind. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularly. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. Oh. A secret... What was it? I was too... Okay, I don't like these voguing pose. Like, listen, we get that you're a pretty man, but why you doing this? Why his lips look like that? I mean, to be fair, Tig, his lips look like this before. That was his disguise. So, which would you like? Which would you prefer? These lips or, you know, these lips? I'll let you be the judge. Not work it, honey. I was to impersonate the inspector. Ooh. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Oh. Visit Orzi's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. The one in the shadows? The one in the shadows? You talking about the look in the past? I didn't even see any lips on people, so I don't even know what you're talking. Oh yeah, that was still him. That was him in disguise, Tig. That's what he looked like on the streets when he's in disguise. This is what he looks like now when we, you know, scrubbed his lips off and scrubbed his stuff, his makeup off. Now what the racist horse call him? Oh Lord. There's always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. Yes, that was makeup. That was all makeup. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. You can literally rewind the VOD and see where his lips fell off before he looked like this. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Also, those just joining the stream, don't forget, if you got channel points, you've been lurking about and been racking up on those channel points, make sure you put them channel points towards that community challenge at the bottom. You only have basically today, tomorrow, and then weekends on September, or in September, excuse me, to put in channel points for the week-long donathon that I plan on holding in October. So, if you would... Hi, Blake. How you doing? How's your Saturday? See, I'm gonna stay. Oh my God! You know, y'all could be putting those channel points towards, like, you know, the community, you know, week-long donathon versus all these bunks. Because, you know, I could give y'all more torturous things during the week-long donathon versus just like bunks and everything else. But you know, that's up to you. That's completely 100% up to you. I'm giving y'all a free 99 choice for right now until the week-long donathon comes about. Y'all could get a week long of this. A week long. Instead of just a weekend. But you know, you do what you want with those channel points. I'm just giving you options here. I'm just literally here giving you options. Yeah, you should definitely, you know, put it towards that. But that's okay. That's okay.
Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive.
Yeah, I guess so. So many husbands? Okay, so... Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. If you're talking about the bunks. I don't know what you're referring to when you say so many husbands, Mr. Uncomfortable. You need to get your act together, bud. He needs to get his act together, Blake. Don't you agree? Get that act together. Oh, the bunks, yes. It's only the only two from yeah, the only two. I was gonna say Bowser's not one, but he's an ex. He's an boyfriend, not really a husbando. We don't talk about Bowser. But Raihan, yes, all the husbandos. And though Zhongli is on that list too. Not for Blazette's list, but my creator's list. Zhongli is on her list. Just not top 5. But he is top 10, we'll put it that way. Love you some good Bowichi. Oh no. Some more Bowichi shippers. Listen, I'm glad that they are together, but at the same time, I empathize with Luigi. He can have that whole turtle. He can have him. But at the same time, I'm just like, Luigi, understand. He got Peaches and Cream next door. So if he plays you and says, you know what, I'm leaving you for Peaches, that ain't my business, because he did that with me. I'm warning you ahead of time what this lizard does to people. So it's okay, though. That ain't my business. He does what he want. He go right ahead and do what he want. That's his dinosaur, reptile, whatever you want to call him. But, you know, that has nothing to do with me.
That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say, you're gonna vogue again? Is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions that it would be dangerous to take this?
Now remember, Virgil, I need your solemn word. Don't go blab around this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker.
Not you predicting your own death, sir! Sir, why did you say this? Why did you say this? Hello, Detective Thumb. You'll be lurking, you're grinding on... Wait, hold up, Blake, you play Star Rail? Hold up. Give me your UID. Give me your UID. Not here, but DM it to me. Give me your UID. Give it here. I want it. I want it. Gently handed over. Give me your UID. Give it here so I can borrow your characters and you can also borrow mine if you'd like to. Just saying. You know, sometimes you need that extra help when it comes to like grinding for stuff, and I'm trying to like build out my friends list on that platform so that way I can you know, use powerful characters that I may not have at the time, but best believe I'm either working on building them or either, you know, pulling for them in future state. So when they come back around, like Luocha, I need Luocha. You know, you're an RPG addict. I'm so happy you've been enjoying that game. But also same though. Honestly same. Like RPGs are my vice. And listen, if I could get away with streaming a lot of RPGs on this channel, I would. We'd be playing some Dragon Quest XI. We'd be playing some Fire Emblem all fucking day. We'd be playing some Honkai Star Rail all day. We'd be playing some Persona 5 all day. But they also take like forever in a day, and I would never get through like any of the RPG games that I play comfortably, you know, offline. But, you know, either case, like, just understand, I love me some RPGs and JRPGs. They're great. Oh, you've been playing since day one? Oh, yes. Hand it over. Hand it over. This is not a request. It's a threat. Hand me your UID. I need it. I need it so that way I can steal from you, too. Just like I've been taking Astro's blade because, boy, oh, boy, that's a tasty blade. That's a very tasty blade. I'm trying to build out my blade to be like Astro's. I want to be like Astro's blade when I grow up. That's what I want to do. I want to be Astro's blade when I grow up mine. You distracted you. I'm lurking. Listen, I'm sorry. All you had to do was say something about Honkai Star Rail, and I just go off on a whole ass tangent because I can talk about that game for years, for days even. And also, what's good, Nerdy Pup? How you doing? How's your Saturday treating you so far? You want his ass whooped? You said that like you gonna rob them for it? Wait, what did I say? I don't be paying attention to what I say sometimes, Tig. You know this. You know the Baluigi angst where Luigi is just the side piece and Luigi breaks free? It's great. Oh, I love that for him. But at the same time, you know, we don't stand apricot cheeks over here. You know what I mean by apricot cheeks. I'm not saying her name in here. We don't care about her. She stinks.
Even if...
Oh, well, we already said this. Not him foreshadowing his death. I hate that for him. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. Nodded ominously, like zooming in. So in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really, yep, it was him. He admitted it. Stream title says Genshin, by the way. Oh yes, I know, Nerdy Pup. If you don't get the joke, that's okay. But if you've seen the trailer for Genshin Impact 4.0, yeah, that's why I have that as my title. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Dragon Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. Thank you, Blake. I just saw it. As usual, I removed my boon disguise. And then I went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Well, you probably should have added some makeup there, too, since you added it everywhere else to your costume. Like the thick lips, the sad face, the wig, the toupee, whatever you did with your hair. I don't even know if that was hair dye. Did we wash this man's hair? Because they kind of look similar. It's just he had it kind of a little bit more wild and it was gray. A few of your friends play Genshin but never gone near it, so you have no idea what they're on about. So, to put it in short, Genshin is a gacha game, open world like. It plays like Breath of the Wild, if you're familiar with that, like dead ass. It plays a lot like Breath of the Wild. Um, but it has husbandos and waifus, which, attract a lot of players towards the game because, they like the designs and all that other stuff. It's honestly a pretty game, but you can get burnt out pretty easily because it's, you know, a grindy-ish game. Grindy, like RPG, open world RPG type of game. So it's fun. I've enjoyed the 2 years that I played it obsessively. And the only reason why I'm going back to it for like Fontaine and 4.0 shenanigans is because they showed me I do not apologize for anything that I'm about to show you. This man. But also, there's a new pretty region, which I got a chance to check out yesterday. That's very heavily based off of like France. And it's also like the water sort of region or hydro archon, if you're familiar with all that terminology from Genshin. So, yeah, that's why I wanted to, peep that game. And that's also why I put the title up there, because if you're in the know about like what was released in a Genshin and you saw what the either what the theme is for like the later parts of the main story quest, or if you've done the main story quest, no one spoil it for me. I swear to God, I will ban your ass. The mods will ban your ass because there are mods who are also playing the game. And I guarantee you, if you spoil the game for them, you are banished in every fucking chat that they mod in. That is a strong warning. But any case, yeah, that's why my title is that, because it does kind of heavily, give off Ace Attorney vibes, and you can even peep on Twitter to see what other players think. And I had gotten confirmation that someone was like, yeah, it's like Ace Attorney with Danganronpa type of themes. And I'm like, yeah, yep, guess what today's title is gonna be. So hee hee hoo hoo, Hoyo fans will get the joke, or Genshin Impact fans will get the joke, which is why it's like that. I'm not playing Genshin, yes, I know that, but if you've seen the trailer and you've seen everything around the 4.0 release, that's why I have that as my title. So, well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Soki.
You love those games? Yeah. I still have never played them myself. It's on my roster, it's in my stream library. But, eventually I will make my way around to that game. But this game and another game that also has like some Ace Attorney, Danganronpa themes to it that I've played on this channel before, that is also in my highlights if you want to check that out. I do plan on circling back around, but it's a game called Your Turn to Die, also known as Kimigashine. It plays a lot like, if you're unfamiliar with Danganronpa or the Ace Attorney series, it's like Saw. You kidnap a bunch of like people from everywhere on the earth and you make them play death games. It's a great time. Smile. And I'm waiting for the last part to get released before I, circle back around and play that game. But highly recommended if, you're looking for a nice visual novel with like, death and despair type of vibe. So that's one that I highly recommend checking out. I'm gonna slash this man's head off. No, don't do that. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. Not you calling me learned friend. Hold up. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. Not him slapping the desk and hurting himself afterwards. But no, that can't be. Stop doing it if it's gonna hurt your hands. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh, goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We have nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. I don't know about that. And merci, Monsieur de la Fence, for proving it. What? I mean, you did kind of let them off the hook with this. Unless, like, you know, for whatever reason, he kind of backstabbed them, possibly literally, and, you know, said, hey, I got a detective that y'all can basically, like, end his whole experience or existence and just, you know, toss him to the side. We don't need him. It's okay. He can exist somewhere else.
Order, order, order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Ugh. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
They really did still kidnap this dude. But I mean, like, do we even know if they did anything with the inspector, though? That's the thing, if he was the one that was there. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Okay, Kazuma?
What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at that very significant execution that was carried out at the time. Oh, that is true. 10 years ago? But this ain't the trial to do that, Kazuma. You could talk to him outside of the courtroom, realistically, but, you know, go off, my guy. I know you trying to get answers for your father's injustice, like justice for your father's death, but still, like, this ain't the place to do that. You can really approach him, like, outside of the courtroom, possibly, and then, like, maybe press charges or do something. I don't know. Like, I feel like a court, like an actual, like, court case would stop this. It's like we're shifting gears into another court case that has no relevance towards this. Or does it? The execution of the Professor Genshin Isogi. Leave Santa alone. The only crime you go to jail for in Ace Attorney is basically murder or not really, just murder. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh, answer me, man. Like he would know. At least not off the top of his head. Maybe it was, you know, very important. I don't know.
One moment, counsel. Is this relate?
Thank you. Stop him. Of course, Kazuma is gonna back down. Is it? All right, prove that it has some relevancy towards the case at hand right now, Kazuma. Tell me, what kind of mindset you got right now? What proves that these two events tie together? It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Okay, where's the link? Where's the linkage, baby?
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Virgil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Isogi's last moments, his own father.
I know. I do understand that. But even so, now's not the time to do it. Do it elsewhere. Professor Isogi, do you genuinely believe? Why is she here? She's the aide in making sure that, you know, Ryunosuke gets his mind together. Kind of the same thing that, like, if you're familiar with, like, Phoenix and Mia or Phoenix and Maya, they're kind of like a mentor for, like, the person who's, like, lawyering. You know, in a real court of law, I don't think there's much of that going on, at least not in the US. I can't speak for, like, you know, other areas of the world. But, like, you know, this Ace Attorney, you always got, like, that person who's, like, on the side, who's, like, you know, hey, I can help you out. Honestly, it's giving you a Ravity from My Hero Academia. Yeah, she is not that. I'm dead serious. She is definitely not that. She's probably more so like, if I had to give Susato, like, personality-wise, because I know it's probably, like, the pink that's throwing you off, Tig. But in terms of, like, personality-wise, she's probably more so towards, what's her name? They ship her with Todoroki a lot. and I have adopted her as like, you know, my daughter-in-law. Yes, Momo. Thank you, Kelsey. I was having a brain fart. It's been a minute since I've touched MHA, but she's kind of like Momo, personality-wise in this sense. So for law games, they're more like detective stories. So she's kind of like Watson. Like, you know how like Sherlock Holmes had like a partner that kind of helps with like, you know, making sure he's going along the right track with things, even though, you know, Ryunosuke is not a detective, but we also play the role of both lawyer and detective, even though that's not in our title or job description. She is like his Watson. So, yeah. That this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death. I need you to trust me, please. And Kazuma's like, you know, if we to put it in like MHA terms, Ryunosuke is Deku and Kazuma is Bakugo. That's kind of their relationship, but not so like, not much as like, you know, Kazuma hating Ryunosuke like, God, I hate you, Ryunosuke, you turd. I'm so sick of you. They're like best friends, but right now they're facing, you know, they're on different sides of the courtroom for this case and many cases in the future. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. Don't call that thing my son. Is Bakugo your son, the angry gremlin? You're gonna have to fight Blue for that.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
Toto is my son. Yes, sweet meat. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. I thought you might, because that kind of happened a long time ago, and I feel like you wouldn't have that many ties to it, but you would have like maybe some ties to it. You'd have some memories from that case. Kachan and Deku are your boys. Oh, how sweet. How sweet. But Kazuma's adorable, though. We love Kazuma. Also, I don't know why you calling Kazuma that thing. He's been through enough. I'm saying that as someone who's played through this entire game. This man has been through enough. From start to finish of this game. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role from the prison 10 years ago. Deku's takes after your sensitive oh my lord. For some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Your son is Kiri, and he's the only reason you tolerate Bakugo. Todo is my baby. I love him with my whole heart. It's like, he's just a little bit of everything. And it's just like, I relate to him so much, and I'm just like, listen, my child, I will feed you. I will take care of you. You deserve the world. I don't want you to suffer because I know what you've gone through, especially with all the family trauma and all the family, you know, drama in your family. I just want to take you away from the situation so you don't have to deal with that shit. But he is also officially like, you know, the brother to my other daughter, who is Futaba for Persona 5, because, you know, Futaba and I are really much alike in the sense that we both collect figurines and we both, you know, do coding stuff. So yeah, there's that. You don't call him Shoto, then I will take him away from you. Oh my god. Listen, I'm not calling him Shoto. I will call him Shoto. And hold him dearly because I love baby. You love Villain Deku so much. Oh yes, Villain Deku is a bop. We appreciate Villain Deku. No, you mean call for him like that? No, I'm not calling him that. I'm not calling for him like that. No. No.
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Norohodo?
You don't need traumatized Shoto. Yes, exactly. He's gone through enough. I'm not calling him like, you know, his dad and Yeah, no, I mean, I ain't calling him all that. Endeavor, yeah, Endeavor's the reason you stopped watching My Hero. He is annoying. I got to learn a little bit more about Endeavor by reading the manga, which is, at least to my knowledge, a little bit of ways like ahead of like the anime, which I won't spoil here, obviously. But I did learn more about him as I was reading through the chapters that I was reading through the manga. I'm behind quite some chapters, but it's like I get it, but at the same time he's still at fault for a lot of the trauma that he put through his family through, and he's coming to sort of like understand that to a degree, but it's still just more so like, yeah, I know it's gonna be hard for you to redeem yourself, and I appreciate you trying, but it's not like, you know, the whole, like, if you've ever seen Encanto and seen what the grandmother did to Mirabelle. It's that whole scenario where it's just like, oh, at the end I'll forgive you, but like realistically, it's just like, do you realize what you put Mirabelle through? Do you honestly realize what all kind of like shit she had to put up for years with you? It's not gonna be forgiven that easily, realistically, in my humble opinion, but you know, I can't really say because I ain't in that family, and I've already had my fair share of family issues with certain family members where I'm just like, yeah, realistically I would cut my ties here, but at the same time, I kind of rely on you for some financial needs and like, you know, stability in my life. So I will tolerate some shit, which is sad to say, but at the same time, it's more so like, I wish you could actually understand where I'm coming from, and I have to kind of tiptoe around certain things with said family member. So, yeah. Families, am I right? They all got their flaws to some degree. Just a hint of the character arc and you was gone. You're not trying to understand someone who ruined his family. That's understandable, Mr. Uncomfortable. Very understandable. Y'all talking about my kids like I ain't here, Tig. Listen. Your angry Pomeranian is in a dress and your sweet boy is a villain. Lord have mercy. Encanto was such a good movie. The family dynamics made sense there. At least she didn't physically do. Yes. Now if she laid hands on Mirabelle, I'd be like, nah, we got to go. But still, the mental abuse in that family is enough to drive someone mad. Because you see how the sisters, or at least, actually really both sisters in to Mirabelle, sort of had to deal with. One was more so like, you know, I don't feel like I'm good enough and everybody relies on me like heavily, and it's just like, it's this mental like, you know, anguish of just like, I have to be this, I have to be this, I have to be this, otherwise I'm literally gonna break down and cry. No, Luisa went through the shit. Oh god. Luisa went through shit. High Lime. And that's the one who I feel for the most. But also, I really relate to the other sister who's just like, oh, I'm perfect, this, that, and the other. And it's just like, those kind of expectations do happen in family dynamics. Because I am one of those where I had to be put under that kind of, you know, mental heaviness of just like, oh, I have to be perfect, I have to do this, that, and the other. And it's just like, it's so liberating when you break those fucking, you know, societal chains that tell you you have to be this way, otherwise life won't accept you in any shape or form. And that may be true because a lot of people still tie to the whole ideal of like, when it comes to women, for instance, they have to be hot, they have to be showing a whole bunch of skin, cleavage, this, that, and the other, have to have like this model body to be accepted in society, versus accepting like, you know, people of different shapes and sizes, different skin tones, different personalities. And that's kind of one of the dynamics as to why I came up with Blazette, is because I wanted her to embody, you know, basically my ideal of who I am as a person and why I don't want the title. Like, granted, you know, sure, I have the title of queen, whatever, but I also want to be accepted and viewed as like a person that's just like, you know, regular everyday life. Like, I'm cool, I'm chill, I'm just literally here vibing and existing. And yes, I have a title to my name, but at the end of the day, I'm a human just like anyone else on this earth. That's really what it boils down to. And it's just like, it's hard to kind of like get people to kind of see that sort of like, you know, point of view when it comes to like what society expects from like male or female, or and then you enter like non-binary people in the factor, and then it's just like, oh, I can't understand gender, blah 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 blah, it's only male and female. I'm like, no, there are other genders out there. There's gendered fluidity. I know it's hard to, you know, wrap your mind around that, but it does exist. It is a thing. It is something that people identify as, and you know, you have to come to accept and understand you know, people's personalities and identities, because it's very meaningful to them. And it's hard that people can't really understand that. I know we got into a whole deep topic talking about like family dynamics, but it's just one of those things that really just bothers me to my core, where it's just like, we are so judgmental about people's lives when we don't even focus on our own. If you got problem with the way that somebody else is living when they ain't done a damn thing wrong to you, then you need to look at yourself and realize, like, you know, what kind of like internalized demons that you have, to where you feel the need to judge somebody else's lifestyle, or how they live in, or how they talk, or what kind of culture, or how they grew up in some sort of way. So, but you know, that's just me. That's just me. I accept people in all shapes and sizes and forms, and whatever they identify as long as you ain't out here murdering folks and, you know, dumping bodies in a lake. You know, I'm cool with you. I'm cool with you. Just don't be mean and hateful and negative towards like other people. But like I said, that's just me. That's me. That's how I am naturally. You glad you're trans, dude, cause you have poor circulation? Hot joke. You're gonna have to be hot. Your boobs sweat, drop sweat. That's not what she meant. Oh my lord. Therapy is a hell of a drug. Yeah. It's just, I get tired of stereotypes and people playing into stereotypes. I'm just like, nah, we're gonna break that. We're gonna break these rules. I don't want you to like always succumb to the ideal that you have to be this sort of way to be accepted in society. Bruno deserved better. Yes, Bruno deserved way better. He got shamed for basically telling the truth to people who were just like, tell me my future. And then he tells you the truth and he's just like, oh, you're a bad guy. You told me the truth. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the truth. Period. What else did you expect me to say? You want me to lie? I'm pretty sure you'd hate me if I lied to you. If you said, like, you know, tell me if I'm gonna be rich or not, and I told you, yeah, you're gonna be rich and you're gonna be broke as hell in the next few days, you would hate me still. So, like, what you want me to do about it? Or vice versa. I don't understand people. Sorry?
Well, 10 years is a long time. But you've forgotten the reason why he left such an important job.
Yes, you're right.
And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up.
I'm done. I'm leaving this stream. Goodbye. I am leaving. I am gone. Kazuma, you out of pocket for saying that, my guy. How dare you? How dare you say that? You need to go somewhere. It ain't even demon hours and you saying statements like that, sir. I mean, granted, it's an important health statement, but did you have to be so loud and proud with that? Oh my god, this game is wild. Oh, I haven't progressed. I haven't progressed at all. Welcome to Ace Attorney. You get to witness what he said in 4K. As soon as I read it, I was like, all right, well, this is the topic that we got onto. All right, great. Thank you, Kazuma. Thank you for this wonderful PSA. Emphasis on Ace. Lime, get out. Get out. I'm so sick of you. Oh, man. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand. What do you mean? When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But you're never sick of you. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't. It's the way that I read Turn It Off, and I was just like, turn off the lights and light a candle. Okay, let me stop singing before I get DMCA.
Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth. And well, obviously, you knew this. I knew this from when he was just like, yeah, this case has relevancy to this current case. He's going to try and flesh out anything that has ties to the past of possibly getting, you know, some words spoken as to how his dad died and why his dad died. Perhaps if I pointed out a contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him, but should I? Should I present the evidence or not? What evidence? What God? Hold up, what you trying to present? Can we talk about this real quick? Kelsey. That was a Book of Mormon reference, so you were close by singing. Oh, I see. Lord have mercy. Do we really? I guess we do. Okay. All right. I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of the events. I think it's this. Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. No, you would let go, my guy. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder on your own volition. Nope, he did not. Get out, Lime. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. Dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? This is a shock to you? They terminated you and this is a shock? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Oh, Lord. He's acting out of character. We already know how this is gonna go. Isn't it? You're forcibly dismissed. There must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. Why a rubber boot? Why so specific, Tig? According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Was it? Professor. Did you have like just intense therapy to where you just don't remember? Because I'm pretty sure that's probably a thing, but at the same time, it's just like, that therapy was really strong. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. He's about to fall over. Nah, I'm with Tig. Let him... I don't know about crack that skull, but, you know, I would let him fall. Just, you know, put like a gentle mattress underneath him so he don't hurt himself. Now, Lime. You figured a sledgehammer would kill... Oh, what? What? Tig, why are you so violent? The convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later reemerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. Mad at the lip choice, but you're mad at the lip choice. Well, I'm sorry he put on some fake lips to... Welcome in, Raiders. Yo, Silver Streak, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, if this is your first time here, I am Blazette Midnight. I am a Dragon VTuber here on Twitch, and we are streaming the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So it is great time. We are getting to the bottom of, like, what is the truth at the end of the day of all these cases. But yes. And also, yes, this message for the raid message is very nice. I appreciate it. I'm looking at the blue hearts and I'm like, oh, this is so cute. This is so cute, and I love this. But how was your stream? What did you stream, by the way? I have some questions, comments, and concerns. Transformers Devastation? What is that about? And also, how did stream go? I hope it went pretty well. And also, those coming in from the raid, if you're tired, hungry, and need to go take care of some other things, please feel free to do so. Your mental and physical health comes first, but if you'd like to stick around and see what I'm about, and also what my community is about, and also see what this game is about, if this is your first time seeing an Ace Attorney series game, feel free to do so. This is really Storytime Saturdays where I just read out loud of, you know, what is the context of, like, you know, the visual novel that I am playing. So sit back, relax, leave me up as white noise if you need to while you make dinner, popcorn, you know, unwind for the night. Feel free to do whatever you need to. So we don't bite, we don't judge the lurkers here. If you want to lurk and vibe, feel free to do so. Stream was great. We finished the delisted game, Transformer Devastation. It's a Platinum Games action combat game based on the 80s Transformers. Oh, wow. Very cool. So I'm glad the stream went well, but I'm gonna have to check out the VOD to see what that game was about. It sounds very interesting. So, but yeah, we just vibing here. We forget what we were talking about. We were talking about, like, you know, family dynamics earlier, and like traumas and like societal norms that, you know, we should probably break nowadays, because people are, you know, reluctant to change and accepting of change, and I want to make sure that's that's broken again. Oh man, ad time. Dang it, man. I'm probably saying all these things and people trapped behind an ad, and I'm just like, well, guess I'll sit here talking to myself. Unless like unless you're free from the ads, which I apologize, but yeah. It'll be over in like, you know, 40 seconds roughly, so we'll just vibe here until like the folks from the ads get back from the break. So, but yeah, other than that, it's been a good time. Chill vibes. I got my energy drink to kind of stay awake and be zooming while I'm reading, because I'm trying to finish this game with a quickness, because we've been stuck on this game for literally like maybe about a year now, because I feel like I started this like around summer, if I remember correctly. It's a pretty lengthy game, because it's like, you know, it's a 2-parter and 5 episodes in each, and typically the thing with like Ace Attorney games, this one kind of breaks the mold just a little bit. The lasting 2 episodes, usually like the 4th and 5th, if not just the 5th alone, tend to be a lot longer than like the rest of the cases throughout the series. And so we're creeping up on that 5th one to where stuff is getting juicy. So if you don't want spoils, I do not, you know, encourage you to stay and like, you know, read the things. But if you want to find the things even late in the game, you know, feel free to stick around. Luckily we're on a screen that doesn't show spoilers, because if I showed another person in this room, it would spoil literally the very beginning of this game for you. So please make sure you treat yourself well. I hope you're vibing with great Ace Attorney Chronicles. All the Ace Attorney games are extremely up your alley, as you really dig mystery and investigative games. Same here, Silver Streak. Ace Attorney is one of my favorite games to play because of the whole mystery aspect of it, and like drama and investigative genres that it falls into. Like, I'm a person that's attracted to like those genres like in media, because it's just like I want to try and like solve the mystery that's going on right here when it comes to those types of games, or like certain shows that I may be watching, such as like, you know, Law and Order SVU. That used to be my jam. I used to watch that like religiously up until like, I want to say like maybe like it was the season like before Elliot left, because after that it's just like a lot of like, you know, story dynamics, character dynamics kind of changed for me. So I was just like, yeah, I'm good on watching this. But, you know, I'll watch some other stuff. Like, I still stick around with like, you know, true crime and like other things around that sort of like, you know, genre, because it just piques my interest. But yeah, Ace Attorney games, I played like the trilogy. I didn't play Apollo Justice, but I'm excited for its release on the Switch, because I do want to play it. I know what happens in the story because I did watch a gameplay of it, as well as like the Miles Edgeworth investigation series, which I never played, but I watched, you know, somebody play through them, so that way I could have an understanding of like, you know, background and story and lore for like all the characters that we've encountered in the trilogy and moving forward. And then I did play Dual Destinies, and I played Spirit of Justice, and this is my second time playing through the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, because when this game came out, I treated this like a book, where it's just like day one, I bought the game, I played through it, and, you know, roughly about like, I want to say, if I added up all the hours, it took me like either half a week or a full week to get through like this entire game. Because I stayed up pretty late trying to like do some of the cases, because just like the story just had me drawn in like to a T. But if you ask me to, you know, remember all the things in terms of like what I'm supposed to present at certain times, or where I'm supposed to go, or what I'm supposed to search, I kind of stumble across it horribly in stream. But at the same time, I did want to bring this game to stream, so that way I could turn other people onto the Ace Attorney series, because it's a great series overall, in my humble opinion. But I know visual novels and like, you know, detective like games like this aren't always up people's alley, but I find it like, you know, a chill vibe to go through and, you know, read for others, or either just play through. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there is a witness. However,
The witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Damn. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Yes! Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened in your head, somewhere deep down. You must lurk to go walk the doggo and his 100. Oh, God. I am so sorry, Silver, but yeah, enjoy the lurk. Please take care of yourself and carry a bottle of water. Hopefully like chill water or like a fan going out in that kind of weather. Just be careful just going out there, because this heat is no plaything in certain areas of the world. But thank you again for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day as well. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Oh, jeez. Gog. Mr. Vigil? Oh, he's having a freak out moment. I know you don't want to dig up, past traumas, but we kind of need your help here. Yes, the whole prison is complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? What you mean, what? What did we learn from that? You basically just retold what we already knew. Or, order!
Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery. At plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I reviewed the police reports from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warden abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
I need you to stop swinging around that, aggressively, sir. You're kind of making me dizzy.
I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business, but I cannot help you. No. As Chief Warder, you're responsible for overseeing the execution of 4A. Well, seems a fellow at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about. You'd better pack your things, laddie, You're to attend in person.
Not you calling him this, Tig. But also, understandably so, because he kinda is heavily racist. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Ooh, no, not this face, baby. Baby, calm down. Oh. All right then.
Order, order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once!
Yeah, your wish came true, Tig. Not this.
Court is adjourned for the day with immediate effect.
Well, I guess we won't be getting anything else out of him. Oh, excuse me.
その日の審理は中断された。
I know there was going to be voice acting with this. So with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
またしても呪いのように浮かび上がる殺人鬼の影。
Once again, overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
バンジークス卿、ミテルモン氏、アソーギ、そしてグレグソン刑事。
Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson.
彼らを縛り付ける重い鎖は過去からの闇を引きずっている。
All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past.
そこに光をもたらす奇跡は
But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events
もうそこまで迫っていた。
was playing on the edges of the truth at last. But we're getting closer, which is a good thing. But we still don't know how Gregson died. We went off on a whole ass tangent, and we still don't know how Gregson died. Which is the whole meat and potatoes of this case. But that's okay. I guess we'll just, you know, entertain Kazuma's inquiries about his father. Because clearly that's what matters here. Oh, hey, we're back here again. What's with this mask on the table? 2nd November, 3:38 p.m. Show him sweet. Is this man gonna come out of hiding or... Oh, thank God, it's Susato. Thank you for gently, you know, introducing me to the characters who live here. I still can't quite believe what just happened.
I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to a hospital to recover.
Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of a prison. Oh, I didn't realize that. So he really did jump out that window. Damn. He took that you know, firing pretty heavily. Or lay off. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark? I wonder. I mean, there's trauma all over the place. All over the place in this case, let's be honest. This is the DL6 case all over again, where it's just like everyone has ties to a case from long forgotten. But once we drag it out, everyone suffers. But at least we get to the truth. I guess that's what really matters when it comes to this. Runo! I'm guessing that's Iris. It is. Oh, Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you. Not the arsonist, baby.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh.
Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? Do we care? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, he's off to do his own investigation. We know how he is.
Oh no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left, and all he said was, "I must leave."
Okay.
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved.
Iris is a cutie. We love the baby.
For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too.
Very true.
But he just can't take his own advice and leave well enough alone. Solving mysteries is too important for him.
That's so true.
But that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have the deadline.
Why do you hide his violin? You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. Why?
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris.
How sensible. Why you hide his violin?
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
I mean, true. What Tig says is very true, to be honest. She's made some dangerous inventions, to say the least. So, speaking of which, we should probably look at what's on her, board of crimes over here. And see what she's concocting. Oh, is it the same thing? Well, we'll read it again. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of stick figures all lined up. Look.
Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say.
What? The little figures can speak?
All your questions would be answered if you would only read this month's
Ransted magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make sense of this. Well, I guess we won't see what that is. Oh, we've looked at the mask. Hey, what's this case? My eye is always drawn to the big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris uses as a coffee table.
Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers?
It is, so you'd think that they treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Why did he kick it? Did he break his foot?
Oh no!
I suppose something must have been frustrating him.
What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged?
Not him, but his foot probably was. The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Good! I expected that, because... especially if he wasn't wearing any kind of house shoes. Then it's just like, nah, you deserve that, my guy.
Oh dear, that's a painful tale.
We all know Herlock just be doing things sometimes. We don't question his reasoning and logic behind it, but it's okay. This morning's trial. Is anything like book Sherlock? Did he did it because he's hyper? Yeah, to some degree. He's like Sherlock, but if you take away the smarts of Sherlock. Like, I'll put it this way. Herlock Sholmes in this series is like Sherlock Holmes. But a portion of him feigns ignorance, but the other portion is he's just an idiot. He's just a whiny idiot. But we love him for it. But at the same time, and the reason why I say he feigns ignorance is because he's hidden some very exclusive details about, like, the professor and, like, all the ties that has been, you know, buried well deep in time, because that's kind of like the true plot of this game is, like, what happened during the professor case. Same thing with the trilogy, like, what happened during the DL6 incident. Like, if you've played the Ace Attorney trilogy, you'll notice that each game in the trilogy, at least after, like, maybe about, like, well, really each game in the trilogy touches on the DL6 case. And you get more and more and more truth unraveled around what happened in the DL6 incident. And so the same thing is happening here, just years past. But yeah, exactly what Platypus says. Like, sometimes he pretends to be dumb, but sometimes he really is not pretending. Because we've seen this man throw a fit just because he wasn't included in, like, you know, conversation with, like, other people who were trying to interrogate for, like, clues and such. And he was just like, well, fine, I'll just go outside since nobody wants me around. And then I guess he goes somewhere, and then he later comes back and he's just like, I was so lonely and nobody cared about me, and he's just gonna whine and cry. And I'm like, baby, if you were just so lonely, like, you're a grown-ass man. Why are you coming here to rant and rave about it? We told you to go off somewhere, but you have every right to stick around to see all this stuff. We can't really tell you to do anything. You a grown man. But he's a child at times, but we still love him. We still love him. The reason I say that is because, again, I've played through this game. I've seen what Sherlock Holmes' true personality is at the very end of this game. And it's hidden so well until you get to the end of that game. Of this game, excuse me. So you kind of have to stick around for the clumsy moments that he has all the way up until the end, to where then your perception of him may alter just a bit. But I'm keeping that well hidden until, you know, we get to that point, which we're still a good ways off because we're not even in the 5th case, and that's going to take us at least, you know, 3 to 4 to 5 streams, depending on how long I talk during these segments. You need to read those books. You have the collection. You need your, oh, okay. He's deranged. Yes, he's very deranged. We love him, but he's a very deranged man. Like, where's a picture of him? There he is. Yes. His deductions never fail to surprise. That is Sherlock Holmes. Listen, he's a great guy. Watson and his company, he needs someone to be pissy at. I'm gonna shut up. Because I'm gonna say something that spoils some portions of this game. So I'm gonna shut up. I'm not gonna comment on that.
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yeah.
Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma-sama is not himself.
Yeah, he wants to get to the bottom of what happened to his dad.
The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound. The way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. I don't think we ever can. The Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely.
Yes, you would expect so. But curiously, no time of death was influenced by the autopsy report.
Then that is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean why he showed up? Yeah, why he was at Fresno Street. I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
You got so excited about that, Iris, I kinda am growing concerned for your mental being. But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Oh god, now we're gonna try and investigate what Gregson was up to? I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Redhead League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Redhead League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
You're not wrong, Iris. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? Yo, Moonchi, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, if this is your first time here, I am Blazette Midnight. I'm a Dragon VTuber here on Twitch, and we are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which is the latest series in the Ace Attorney series, excuse me. But it's also kind of technically like an older series, because it was over on the eastern side of the world until they recently translated it, I think it was like last year, if not the year before that, to where we could play it on the Switch. So that is what I am playing this now. I think it's also on PC too. Don't quote me on that. It's on some other platformers. But welcome in! And also, if you're just coming in from the raid and you're tired or hungry and need to take care of some other things, please feel free to do so. Your mental and physical health comes first, but I appreciate you guys dropping in. But if you want to get to learn more about me and my community and also what this game is about, feel free to stick around. We don't bite. Been playing this offline, so you're just like, oh gosh, how have you been enjoying it, Moonchi? I've played through everything in this game, but just to avoid, you know, spoils for like anybody else in chat and also like my mods and everybody else who hasn't seen this game before, tell me what your thoughts on the game so far. How far have you gotten in the game? If you don't mind telling me, because this is one of my, if I had to list it as like, you know, rank it as like one of my favorite like Ace Attorney games. Oh no, an ad. No, why ads? Why do you do this? I'm trying to like make social attempts with other people. You gotta show up at the wrong time. Go away. But the ads should be over with in like a minute and 13 seconds. I'm sorry. More Ward, it's so much fun. You're not as far as you. You're at the second case after we get. Oh, so you're early on. Okay, yeah, the ad. I figured the ad would get y'all. Dang, man. These damn ads. I need y'all to chill. Listen, chill on the raids. Please, go away. Go away. I wonder, is there a way to... Okay, yeah, I do have that on. I wish there was a way to like kind of like dismiss them when raids come through. Like that would be great. Just be like, no, don't play an ad right now. A raid just came through. Hold off for like another 30 minutes and then you can play like another one. That would be great for like ad control when it came to stream. So that way people can kind of like, you know, get to know the streamer, get to know who they are versus get slapped in the face with like, you know, promotional content that's not either on Twitch or either is on Twitch and somewhere else. God, who knows? I don't know what they be promoting these days. I try my best to stay away from ads on Twitch. They annoy me so much. But at the same time, I know creators be out here trying to get their bag. My community is back. I'm gonna wait 5 more seconds just in case. Y'all should be back from the ads. Awesome, great, love that. But yeah, okay, so you're early on in the series. Okay, so hopefully, actually, you came in at a great time because otherwise, if you were at the scene that I just came away from, that would kind of spoil the game for you. Not gonna lie, so which is good. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it. So it's one of my favorites in the Ace Attorney series because I think they did a really good job with storytelling. Character development, and also some of the new mechanics that we haven't really seen in like the Ace Attorney series, such as like the pity system, or the pit system, I should say. So it's really nice. It's really nice, and I hope you get to enjoy it too. Yep. So you're gonna run away, but you'll support from another tap. I appreciate. Yes, that's one thing that I really don't want to do to like people who have an interest in this game is spoil content for them. So, yeah, you came in at a really great time to where I don't want that scene anymore. But thank you so much for the raid. We're gonna have to definitely talk about like what your thoughts on the entire case is, or what this game, how much this game, you know, treated you. Cause oh man, I want to scream in people's ears about like how much I enjoyed this game when I played it offline for the first time. But yes, enjoy the lurk. Take care. Thank you again for the raid and sharing your community with me. I really do appreciate it. I'm gonna have to like, you know, peek in on your streams. Oh, what did you play, by the way? I don't think I asked you that. Coral Island, how was that before you go, if you don't mind sharing? So, I feel like I've heard that game. It feels like it's like a sim game, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. But I feel like I've heard that game name before, or seen like some of my friends play it. Coral Island and you adore it. They're such a great dev team. Oh, nice. Yeah. Because I've heard it before. I just couldn't remember like what it was. Because it strikes me as like, just by the name alone, it kind of sounds like it might be like a Stardew Valley type of like, you know, farming sim or like life sim. And I enjoy those types of games. But like if it's something else that I'm just like, oh no, it's an FPS, I'd be like, oh, I see. Well, it has a nice name, but you know, I'm probably not gonna play it because I suck at first-person shooters. I have zero aim, but yeah. It's closest to Rune Factory as far as content goes, but with a little ton of romance options, and you're... Oh, man. Nice. So it caters to pansexuality. So it sounds like it's right up my alley. Thank you. Thank you for telling me this. Thank you for giving me confirmation. Great. Coming from a demi-pan. Thank you so much. So, I'm gonna have to check it out then. I'm really gonna have to check that out, but yes. Alright. But I'm gonna let you lurk and vibe so that way, you know, as I progress through this story, I don't spoil anything, you know, for you. But thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really do appreciate it. But take care, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Thank you. You do the same. You do the same. It would appear that the inspector
had something to do that he wished to keep secret.
And also, thank you, Nia, for reminding me to hydrate, because I hadn't drank water all this time. Like the thirsty heathen that I am, 24/7. All right, we've lubed up that larynx, so we're good now. Listen, leave me alone, okay? Leave me alone. I make mistakes sometime. Yesterday I didn't eat, and today I just didn't drink. I had an energy drink that was keeping me thriving, but not hydrated like properly. So it's okay. It's all right. Sometimes, you know, we make mistakes in life. We just let them slide and keep going. Shh. Shut up, Tig. Shh, don't worry about it. It's okay. But how are you, Nia? How's your Saturday treating you? Ignore chat right now. They chastising me for not eating and drinking. It's okay. Like I said, we make mistakes. Nah, you're pulling up with the mermaid. I'm dodging. I'm gonna just put you in the pan like a fish fry and just eat you. So that way I ain't got to listen to, you know, you berating me for your crimes. Or for my crimes, excuse me.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
Oh, speaking of fish and chips, that was not my intention, but yeah. Shut up! Damn it, Tig! Quit ratting me out! But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and Oh, Ryunosuke, why would you make a poison joke? Why would you make a poison joke? Yeah, I agree. Can we not? Thank you, Susato. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zeeks felt the need to investigate Gregson.
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Oh, I guess we should talk about that strange man with thick lips.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
It is. We found her husband. So we kind of solved, you know, Sholmes' case again. And watch, he's gonna come in and be like, oh, no, I found him. Bitch, no, we found him in court. What you mean?
That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Oh, yeah, he did. So he better not claim, like, you know, actually finding the husband. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Yeah, after he passed out in court, I would hope so. Do you know which one? Shh. Tell Leah to shh. It's okay. I ate today. Tell Leah to shh and not judge me for my crimes, Tig, please. I was a good cookie. I just forgot to hydrate. Leave me alone. It's St. Sinners. I really hate the name of that hospital. I'm starting to wonder if all other hospitals... You know what? That's how I feel, Ryunosuke. Like, there ain't no other hospital other than St. Sinners. That's where every sinner goes, including Herlock Sholmes. We know he's committed a ton of sins. Ain't the mermaid the youngest out of the three? Out of us three? No? Is she? I don't even know. If so, I think we confirmed that I'm the oldest. If I'm not mistaken. Don't say ages in here, because that's against TOS, obviously. But I think I'm the oldest when we talked. Okay. You'll throw that man at the statue just by a few months, though. I do remember that because I was like, oh, I didn't even know. So his clavicles will break. Because I could have sworn, like, we're all, like, the same, just months apart. Okay. Because I could have sworn they were a few months apart as well. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I will be shocked because I don't know. Yeah. Or that's what you're thinking? Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember. So get confirmation on that, because I feel like we talked about this before and I can't remember off the top of my head. It's hard to keep up with folks from, you know, my ancient era, to say. We all went to the same daycare. Honestly, I would not be surprised if, like, you know what? I really wouldn't be surprised if we did go to, like, the same sort of, like, daycare during those times. Because I know the few that I went to that my mom took me to in ye olden days. So, how long have y'all known each other? Don't worry about it. Now, your daycare was grandma's house? I mean, mine was that too, Tig. Because I went there, and then I also went to, it was like a summertime, like, child daycare, if I remember correctly. God, that was so many years ago. I'm gonna have to, like, ask my fam about that. Because I can't remember specifically when I got taken there, but I know I was taken there a few times. Just a few times. And I remember that's when I had, like, that one, like, incident where, I was sinking underwater at a pool, and the lifeguard thought I was joking, and I'm like, no, bitch. My ass is drowning. Help me.
But that's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have. By accident. Oh yeah, that was a whole incident. I don't even think my my parents knew about the details around that. Wait till alert goes away.
And 10 years ago, well,
All right.
thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Drenko. Hope you enjoy your stay. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. Oh no! So, when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Ugh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. Oh god. Oh, that's right. He was kind of like hired by Gregson. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Grexy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ugh, Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Root.
Damn! Not her calling out Runo!
Thank you for the head pads. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil. Don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. Do we really have to go? I mean, can't we send somebody else to, like, you know, inquire about things? I really don't want to go back to that hospital.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows.
You're gonna take over as Sholmes for the day? Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol? I mean, it's not a water pistol. We've seen Gina use it.
It's stuff full of piping hot extra special blend of mine.
Wait, hold up. You put tea in this gun? Hot tea? So you're gonna scald someone's eyes. All right, well.
Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
Yeah, I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. Yes! Listen, you know, I'm gonna let Iris do her own thing. If she gets taken to jail, that ain't my responsibility. I ain't her legal guardian, but I know who her legal guardian is, and, you know, that ain't my problem, that's his. Oh, we can't go here. Interesting. We can't go to these two places. Well, let's see what's over here real quick, just to be nosy. He's still here? Here you go with this menacing cane. Why he looking like this? 2nd of November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office.
Still no arguments, Professor Solgi? You will continue the trial exactly as I instructed, is that clear?
Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama!
Defying Lord Strongheart, by the sound of it, he never did know when to back down. Why are you listening to this man? You don't work for him.
On your way out now, Asogi. My lord.
Hi, handsome man. How you doing?
Kazuma.
So you really just kind of came up to us just to look at us and then leave. You could have just left. You couldn't have said anything to us. I wouldn't have missed your ass. He left without saying a word.
Yes. What are you doing here?
Not you hit me with Raihan. Why uncomfortable? I thought I trusted you.
Oh,
I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. The prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Strongheart more. Oh no, not this. Unwelcome inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42,
43. You don't have to count, stay, and count watch. Count out loud in front of us, please. Don't do that.
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous, not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. Spin his tea. I need information. So, this Reaper. You got anything against him? Does Professor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the real Reaper? Or is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago that the fateful closed trial that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of the criminal organization was acquitted thanks to all the jurors being undressed.
But that's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Damn! And people believe Lord Van Zeeks was responsible for a rock slide?
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
So, he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Tig.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely.
Okay, we'll talk about the closed trial then. This country hasn't seen a closed trial in 10 years. So the last one was the professors, the trial of Genshin Asogi's? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. The son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now, looking to avenge his father's death in some way. Insane way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Alright, buddy. Alright. So that's what all these gears are about in here. Why do you live inside a clock? I do have questions about that. The young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine. I'll be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something which you need to concern yourself. You say that like you're about to murder somebody. I just want you to know, you came off very sus with that statement, so you sound very murderous when you say things like that. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Well, good for you, I guess. Be late for all I care. I really don't care.
Oh my, that's a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception to this line in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Go, thank you.
Bum, 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 bum.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Bum, 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 bum. Where are we going? What new place has been unlocked? Oh, do we really have to go there? Let's work our way there, cause I really don't want to see him right now. I'm good on seeing that man at the moment. He looked like he's busy. He might not speak with us. But I missed you. We ain't talked to you in a while, Van Zieks. You want to talk to us today? 2nd of November, local prison, cell 1.
Lord Van Zieks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Is he going to look over, or is he just going to blatantly ignore us? I wouldn't blame him for blatantly ignoring us. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
Iris, the shade, baby, please. Does this feel very, very strange? This does feel very, very strange. Oh yeah, he looks like that all the time, like 24 hours, Mr. Uncomfortable. We call him the dollar store vampire. And I'm pretty sure Tig calls him like the racist horse, because you saw how he addressed us. You know, us Nipponese. It's like saying that, nope, I'm not gonna put the bullet in the gun for that one. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Not this guy sucks. I get the joke. I get the joke, but yes. Yes, he does. Played the part? He got a C. Oh, alright, Tig. Alright. The Reaper's identity. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, I am myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? That ain't true. But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
Ah, it's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in the Reaper's organization. Tobias Gregson. Gregson? How'd we land to this conclusion? His lips are fading away into his face.
No. No!
Gregson, the Reaper? Do we know this for sure? What proof you got here? She's wearing a cap over her buns, Tig. So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it.
Are you saying that Gregsy?
That he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh. Go on. Oh? He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. Okay. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Oh. Alrighty then. Okay, continue. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. I see. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there before for briefings. Oh. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. Who? You what?
Well, if you can If you can name the men, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or if I can name the woman.
Oh,
You think you want your Frosty? You're gonna regret it, but you want it anyway? Okay, so what kind of Frosty do you get, Tig? Do you get vanilla or chocolate? I want to see if you are a woman of taste and culture.
She's a young woman by the name of Assassin.
Assassin! Oh my god. Assassin. Good lord. Wait, what? Shin? Yeah, the lady with the swan, yeah, above her head. That was living. Yeah. Regular chocolate. You didn't like the strawberry, had a weird aftertaste. I keep forgetting they have a strawberry. I really do. I want to try it just so I can say I've had it. But also question, because I'm also a texture person. Did it have strawberry chunks in it? Out of curiosity? Because that might deter me from getting it, because I can't stand that in ice cream, in strawberry ice cream. Not this. No, it does not. Okay, good. I'll try it then, just to see if I might like it. Because if it had fruit pieces, then I'd be like, no, y'all can have that. Because 9 times out of 10, I'm just going to throw it in the trash, and I don't want to waste my money or food like that. Miss Asash. I don't like her name. Assassin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. And I know this is a pun on assassin, but it's just her name's pronounced weirdly. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed the diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction. Yeah, she got killed herself. The murderous woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. Wasn't she, like, poisoned or something? And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? I could believe that.
so Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John... Oh, yeah, because Iris is with us. Whoops. Yeah, probably not the best time to talk about that, which right now, the reason why we can't talk about it, just for context, is because we're to believe that John H. Wilson is Iris's dad, who Iris has been questioning, like, you know, where has my father been? And we're just like, yeah, he's 6 feet under. Hate that for you, Iris, but, you know, we should probably not talk about these things. Is that a Blurta? Hi, Blurta. Hi, Blurta Bites. Hello. Hi, Blurta. Hi. How you doing? How you doing, Blurta? Hi. 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 Oh, my God. Oh, Blurta's not going to come back after that. She's going to be like, oh, I see. I'm not welcomed here. All right, time to go. But how you doing, Blurta? How's your Saturday treating you? Let me guess. I'm gonna guess for you. You just got off work. You just got off work, didn't you? I know this is what you're gonna say. I'm doing well. I'm vibing. So, I ate. I hydrated, which I should probably do again, so people don't scream at me and judge me for my crimes for not eating and drinking when I should properly do so, but still. Well, then why even ask? I mean, you know, you might have a day off. Who knows? And thank you for the headpads. Yay to food and hydration. I try my best, Blurta. I try. Yesterday, I didn't try my best, but also, I knew I was meeting up with someone, so I was just like, I don't need to eat. I'll just wait till, like, you know, we sync up and then eat. And that's exactly what I did. And I wasn't hungry until by the time that, you know, I synced up with that person. Or synced up with that person. So, yeah. Dinner was great. And then we also had custard afterwards. So it was great. It was a great time. It was a great time. I even had leftovers. I brought it home and I ate that. I smashed that today. So I am good. So we went to this joint that's like right around the corner from me. And because what happens, like, we were just gonna meet up for custard, but then I was high-key, low-key gonna ask, like, the person that I met up with yesterday, like, hey, do you want to get dinner? Because I haven't eaten at all. And as soon as, like, we left the car, we got, like, this strong aroma of, like, fried fish, and we were like, oh, God. That smells so good. Like, we need to go to this place. And so the place that was like right in front of us, because we were trying to find where the smell was coming from, and we realized it was the place that we parked nearby. And so we went in and like got dinner there, and though it was like, it was okay, but it wasn't as great as like the other place that we went to for dinner, which is well, I won't say where it was, but we'll just say like it's still in the Gwinnett area per se. I'll say that because Gwinnett is pretty huge. But any case, I ended up getting like rice pilaf with like this sort of like salmon dish that had like, the only thing I don't remember like what the name of it was called, but it's got like this like nice little like gumbo jambalaya poured on top of it, and it was so good. It was so good. A little spicy, not like super spicy, but like just enough spice to where it was kind of like an etouffee, but it wasn't an etouffee to a degree, if that makes any kind of sense. Like, there wasn't any kind of like shrimp. It just had like bell peppers and veggies in like the spicy mix. I don't know what you call it. There's a name that they gave it. It started with like, I want to say it was like an H or a J or something. I forget what they called it, but it was really delicious. Louisiana and you is curious. If I could probably look up their menu, because I know the name of the restaurant. I just don't remember the name of the dish. And so if I can look that up after stream, I can send that to you, and you can kind of like educate me on where that kind of, you know, derives from. Because I'm trying to think. Oh, it was a Mediterranean place. But I still forgot what they called it. But it was still delicious, though. Damn, I really wish I remembered. But my friend got... Actually, you met them. Because I went with Valk. So, Valk got, like, I think, like a fried chicken, if I'm not mistaken. And it looked so good. It looked so good. They gave her, like, a nice, thick piece of chicken. But yeah, she got that and like, I think like some gravy and something. So yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Still not better than the place that we've met up at before. But yeah, she was coming to my neck of the woods to eat there. And then we also got custard, because we got a nice custard place that's nearby too. That's like really delicious. But we went on the wrong day because I saw that they had like one of my favorite flavors today, and I'm not going back out there just for that custard. As much as I want to, I really wish they had it yesterday, but I saw that they had it on the menu for the day because they have like flavors of the day, and I was like, damn, y'all would have like one of my favorite ice cream flavors. I'm not gonna say what it is, just so you know, in case someone's like on the internet and being like, let me find this custard place that has this, you know, flavoring so I can know where Blaze lives. Nah, I ain't giving you that tea. But no, seriously, it was so good. But I ended up just kind of getting what they had like stocked on menu, because they had some other flavor that I wasn't really behind. So I was like, I ain't getting this because I hate that flavor. It just didn't sound appealing to me. But yeah, it was good. It was good. And then after that, I spent my days recording Genshin content because I've been trying to stay away from like spoilers around like the recent patch for Genshin Impact. Hence why I have it in my title. Yes, I know I'm not playing Genshin, but I'm making a jokey joke because they do have like an Ace Attorney mechanic in the latest, you know, portion of the game. Like I'm not even joking. They have a court record, and then they also give you like, you know, I don't know if we have it anymore. Oh, we do. Okay. They give you an autopsy report. I got about that far. That's all I can say on that. And so I was just like, oh, so we really are here playing Ace Attorney in a Genshin game. I see. This is what it's come to. I can't necessarily say they stole it because I don't know how, like, what is it? Tears of Themis handles, like, their sort of, like, court case things. I've heard that it's kind of like Ace Attorney, but, like, Ace Attorney is, like, where my mind goes because this is a huge franchise and, like, you know, Capcom is pretty iconic. Like, people know, like, if you just say Capcom, most people will think, like, you know, Street Fighter or any other kind of, like, game that falls under that franchise. And so Ace Attorney's made a name for itself as well in the visual novel, mystery drama type of field. And so I'm just like, all right, we'll see how this goes. But at the same time, I'm gonna make a funny and make my title about, like, you know, yes, we're playing Genshin Impact 4.0. And we're doing some gameplay of the 4.0 version because, haha, hee hee hoo hoo, we're at the case part of the game. So, Capcom, never heard of her. Is that a clothing store? Yes, Blurta. Yes. Yes, you can buy nice clothing such as Chun-Li's clothing from that establishment. Have you heard of the Chun-Li brand? I highly recommend it. It's a great store. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Yeah, exactly. We trying to stay secretive. Checks out the Capcom website. Let me know. They have sales every now and then, so you let me know if you see any you know, clothing items that's on sale, because I need to stop by there and, you know, pick up me some nice booty shorts. And maybe a nice cute dress, sundress. I know summer is almost over, but, you know, sometimes, you know, a girl gotta look fancy for, like, you know, next season. Gotta stay ready. And then maybe some fall clothing. They might have the fall clothing out. We'll see. Because I gotta stay prepared for, like, you know, the upcoming season so I can be fashionable and friendly. It's always hard to find stuff in my height. Honestly, I mean, same here. Because, you know, every pair of jeans just seems to, like, run underneath my heels. And it's just like, oh, I guess I just can't. Yeah, I guess you do have, you know, that problem. I'm sorry. Everything just, you know, cuts off at your kneecaps, doesn't it, Blurta? You buy a pair of, like, long johns and you just got, like, you know, it just stops at the kneecaps. It can't go no further. It's just like, damn, you wearing shorts? No, these are pants, my guy. I feel so hard for you, but I got the opposite problem. I got snakes around my ankles. Oh, that sounds awful. I got snake skin around my ankles. That sounds so awful. You're about to retire pants. You'll eat it off. Oh my god. Not this. Not this. But you have your fingers crossed. No, don't worry about it, Lime. Go back to sleep. I saw you woke up. Go back to sleep. It's okay. Don't listen to me, okay? It's fine. Everything's fine. We're good. We're Gucci here. We're talking about Gucci. You know, maybe Capcom carries some Gucci products. I didn't even see that. They might. They might have some deal there. No, you want booty shorts? Oh, okay. Well, you should go to the Capcom store, Lime. You should go to the Capcom. This is a joke. But you should go to the Capcom store. You know, they got some nice fashionable clothing that we that you might find over there. So, great drip, yes. Yes, indeed. Yes. You should check that out. Got some Chun-Li clothing, you know, some Doriusen. Oh my lord. I probably said that completely wrong, but they got the Street Fighter 6 drip. That's what they got. That's all they got. They got that Jury drip. If you're looking for all that, just go there. The Capcom store got it. They got it for you. They'll hook you up. Get you some nice sneaks too. Some nice purses, some nice jewelry. I gotta see what's out there and see what's on sale, because, you know, times are hard and it's like close to the end of the month, so like, you know, my paycheck running a little bit tight, so gotta pay them bills, them last few bills before I can, like, you know, splurge on myself. Blaze over here saying Santa ain't real and booty shorts are fake. Oh. I don't know what you're talking about, Line. I said you could get them at the Capcom store. What you mean? See, it might be that Capcom Gucci line. You don't know. But you can wear your Capcom. Yeah, exactly. See what Blurta said? What do you mean, Line? I never said that. I never said that. We're talking about the store. The fashionable store where you can get these clothing items. There was no lie told here. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's a very infamous fashion clothing store. Games, who is she? Assassin.
I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree. Are we gonna, like, run over there? Oh, we're gonna talk about Prosecutor Sogi, I see. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Sogi. You say he's a friend of yours? My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. Genuinely Googled for it. You're mad! What do you mean? Here, I'll show you the link after stream, Lime. What you mean? Yeah, I'm sorry, Lime. I'm so sorry. Maybe they might be closed for the day. That might be it. Who knows? Who knows? Or either somebody took off the site. Took the site offline. It might be, you know, under construction. You know how sites, you know, go under construction? It might be doing that right now. So we'll see if we can find that store. Again, this is a joke. But at the same time, you know, all that custard talk, now you need real ice cream. Go get you some ice cream, Blurta. What you mean, Tig? I've done nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. I'm just playing a game. I don't know what you're talking about. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics and economics and war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker, oh good lord, from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? Are we sure it was him? Are we sure? Do you have proof? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? Saving your life? Hello? Man, the story keeps getting juicier and juicier. But guess what? It is... Oh, God. It is the end of stream. I knew I forgot something. But yeah, I appreciate you guys vibing with me as long as you did. I'm going to leave it off on that cliffhanger so that way we get to learn more about Van Zieks and how, you know, Asogi saved Van Zieks' life the next time we play this game. quick reminder, I will not be streaming this game next Saturday as I will be out of town and busy, but I will pick up this game come September when I get back from my vacation time or from my trip. So, and also I have a little surprise for y'all when I get back from my trip, but I'm gonna be very vague about it up until then. So you're just gonna have to wait until like I get back from my trip in September to see what I have in store and what I want to showcase to you guys, because I received a little gifty goo and I want to showcase it to you guys. She bringing y'all stale cookies? I didn't said no such thing, Tick. What you mean? What you mean? You was about to go to bed too? Oh, see, that was a perfect timing, Mr. Uncomfortable. Yes, please go take care of your health, get you some sleep. But before we go, we gotta find somebody to raid. But also, before I forget, don't forget, if you liked what you saw here today and this is your first time here, you know, be sure to peep the socials. I am on Twitter. I do have a Blue Sky, which if you are on Blue Sky, I know it's in beta right now. I am on there. And I also have a VStream. So if you're unfamiliar with VStream, it's like Twitch, but for VTubers. So if you want to check out some of my content over there, peep it. I only have 2 VODs out there as of right now, but I do reside there. And we do have a Discord. I do not drop the link directly, but that link that's dropped in chat shows you how you can join the Discord in a manner that I find safe for my community and myself. So definitely peep that, but let me find somebody we can raid. Oh no, that's not the thing that I was trying to type in. What are you doing? Oh my God, I swear to God, I'm just trying to do things. All right. Who is live? Oh nope, I'm not gonna expose myself. Because I've already made a name for myself with, oh God, I need to tell y'all, the YouTube algorithm played against me. Because I realized I didn't actually digest what happened in chat yesterday. But I read it. I read what happened. Well, I witnessed what happened as soon as I logged off and went to a particular YouTube page that I have. And I was like, oh, this is why I got so many folks coming to my channel. I don't know what happened or why that happened or why it blew up. But yeah, that I don't need to be known as that type of streamer. Because Boo Boo already calls me that just from that one stream. And then I also made that one TikTok that was probably like, people like, Blaze, you okay? You fine? You good? Did you attract the spicy crowd on accident? No, it was the curse. Was it your curse thingy? Yes, it was the cursed clip that I have. No, it wasn't what you saw on TikTok, Tig. It wasn't that. But it was in relation kind of to that indirectly. And I say that because it was a clip. Yeah, that's how Mr. Uncomfortable got here. For whatever reason, YouTube had pushed a clip of mine because I told y'all in the Discord how Twitch deleted one of my clips. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Dragon Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. And also, welcome in Oreo Afro Samurai. How you doing? We just about to end stream, so it's okay. You can still vibe here because I'm about to send y'all to another Black VTuber who's excellent and comfy cozy and calm since we're coming off of the comfy cozy vibes. But no, it was a clip that was captured on Twitch that I uploaded there because I got frustrated with Twitch deleting clips that were wholesome and innocent, and it didn't violate their rules in any capacity, but they took away my top most liked clip. And so I said, well, fuck you, Twitch. Guess what? They going on YouTube. So how about that? Now you can no longer delete my clips. But they deleted Lamo. And Lamo is iconic because I have a whole fucking emote based on Lamo. Pop No Tarts even made like a whole set of events around Lamo. People in my Discord, in BGGC's Discord, and even Pop No Tarts Discord name themselves Lamo. So Lamo is iconic when it comes to my content. And Twitch took that away from me. So I said, well, fuck y'all. I'm putting my shit on YouTube. And so one of the clips from ye olden days, not that old of days, but I was playing this game. And Callie had come in. And I remember Callie using that cursed emote. The hee-hee-hoo-hoo emote. And I think what had happened was I was just like, I zoom in really close. I'll just say this. I zoom in really close and do something very up close. And then I go back. And then I get bunked a million times for my crimes. So that's all I can say. I'm going to let y'all discover the clips or either tell you in your DMs which one it was. But that fucking blew up. And so I'm like, oh, I'm really about to become... that one VTuber that just talks about feet and just be known about that. And I'm like, God damn it. This is not how I wanted to go out. YouTube, what have you done? What have you done? So, yeah. Yeah. What did you destroy? Don't worry about it, Sir Iceland. I'm not exposing my crimes. I'm gonna let y'all do your investigation. Not this. Blurta, no! Don't do this! Don't do this, Blurta! I mean, it was good, it was. I don't know what in the hell that I said in my video or did in my video that made YouTube say, hey, let me just throw this in people's recommended. Because someone DM'd me and said, like, hey, you got recommended on the channel. It was that same fucking video. And I was like, what? And that's what clued me off. And I looked at the views. And mind you, this is a new channel. I had 3 subscribers on this channel. It jumped from 3 to 27 in 24 hours. And the video that I uploaded was like 3 days ago. And that went from like just a few views to 700. And I'm like, what the fuck have I done? So, yeah. Anyway, we're gonna raid Proper Darling. I'm just gonna send y'all over there. Like I said, I'm gonna let y'all do your own investigation work. But yeah, it's just funny how stuff works and the algorithm just kind of like works against me. You're able to live again right at the end. Have a rad night. You do the same, Silver. We're gonna go raid Proper Darling. They are playing, what game are they playing? I haven't even seen, but I saw that they were live and I was like, I'm gonna send y'all to Proper. Proper's chill. She'll take care of you. Oh my God. Oh, she's playing Spiritfarer. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Midnight Drawing Cove. Hope you enjoy your stay. But yeah, we're gonna say hi to Proper Darling. They are playing Spiritfarer. Please go in there. They have chill vibes. I highly, highly, highly encourage you to follow their content. They're great. They also made my I almost said Town of Salem. That is not it. Cult of the Lamb GIF. So if you were at the TMM debut and you saw that art piece in one of my slides, they did that one for me. So you should go support them. And you know, consume their content because I think they're pretty cool. But I will see you guys tomorrow for some paella, Pululo? The new sim game that came out that seems very cool and chill because I'll be playing with BGC. But in any case, you guys take care, have a wonderful night, and I will see you next time. Bye! Bye, 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 bye!